Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Oh, watch out, Walter. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
A grenade.
The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
Gotcha, bitch.
She belongs to the streets.
She belongs to the streets. She belongs to the streets.
She belongs to the streets.
She belongs to the streets. She belongs to the streets.
A woman never belongs to you. It's just your turn. You lost your edge, she lost attraction for you. That's how it works. What'd you think she was gonna do? Tell you she cheated? Men cannot afford to get complacent in relationships. Get your fat ass off the couch, start lifting weights and learn game. You're welcome.
And now your man, Donovan Sharp.
What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan. Oh boy. I'm having problems. I'm having problems with my soundboard as usual. Didn't have any problems with it yesterday. Then all of a sudden, there we go. Now all of a sudden, right before the show. At any rate, what's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharp. Welcome to the 912th edition of TSR Live, your daily dose of toxic masculinity, misogyny, and small bleep energy. It is Friday, December 30th of 2022. It is good to have you all in here today. There are less than 2 days left in 2022.
I, for one, am looking forward to 2023. Going to be making a lot of changes in my life, content, things of that nature, and so I am very, very much looking forward to that. As always, we are streaming live simultaneously to Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, mgtow.tv, manosphere.tv, DLive, Rumble, Twitter, and of course, in crystal clear high-resolution 4K to sharp stream, which is absolutely free on the Google Play Store for iOS and the App Store for, the Google Play Store and the App Store for iOS and Android. So however you're watching, wherever you're watching from, thank you for making the Sharp Reality Live a part of your daily routine. If you like the video, prove it and hit the like button. If you like my channel, make sure you subscribe. If you have a strong opinion, whether you agree or not, drop me a comment. Let me know what you think. Last but not least, share these videos with anyone who pees standing up if you think they can use this content. If you are not getting notifications from YouTube when I go live, and let's keep it real, you don't, download the SharpStream app and you'll never miss another live stream. The app is absolutely free. It is available for iOS and Android. When you download the app, you also get access to all of my premium live content absolutely free. My dating show breakdowns, my exclusive live streams, Red Pill Theater, where I do play-by-play breakdowns of movies from a Red Pill perspective, and anything else that is not safe for YouTube. Again, you can access all of this live for free on the app. If, however, you want access to the replays, oh, wait a minute, that's the wrong one. Sorry, guys. There we go. If you want access to the replays of my play-by-play breakdowns, not doing too well today. Not doing too loud today. As well as the massive archive of over 3,000 hours of premium content not found anywhere, become a SharpStream member and or a patron for less than 17 cents a day. As a SharpStream member and or patron, you also get access to the podcast versions of my live streams like this one, which is all the content without any of the small talk shilling or me running my mouth about things you care nothing about, like my sponsors, my ebooks, or my bowling scores. To sign up, go to sharpstream.com or patreon.com/DonovanSharp at once. It's good to have you guys in today. I'm going to be releasing a brand new ebook. I think a lot of you are going to like it, but the brand new ebook is absolutely free. It is entitled Dead Bedroom: The Cure for a Sexless Relationship. Dead Bedroom: The Cure for a Sexless Relationship. If you like, what am I talking about? Jesus Christ. If you're in a relationship, whether you're married, in a long-term relationship, and things just aren't going well, this is absolutely the book that is going to turn things around for the better. This is absolutely going to turn things around for the better. That's all I can tell you about it right now. More details forthcoming. Shout out to Infinite Loop. I can't hear the soundboard. Oh boy, hang on. Sorry, guys. No, wait a minute. There we are. Shout out to Infinite Loop. Welcome to Chat Privileges. If you would, at Infinite Loop, to welcome him or her to the TSR family. Infinite Loop, if you would, put your age and location in the chat. Shout out to Dating Secrets with the $10 super chat. Says, DS deserves all his flowers. He's been holding this space down for a minute. Like the stream, sub, and boost engagement, guys. Yes, appreciate that. Dating Secrets, I appreciate that very, very much. Appreciate that very, very much. Jay Blaze says it won't work on Davina. You know what? Yes, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. If you are in a relationship with Davina, whoever you are, this book will not help you. This book will not help you. It'll work on any other woman except for Davina and Zenab. Those two women are absolute lost causes, of course. I don't have any water in there. Dev, if you would, bring me up just one bottle of water. One bottle of water. One bottle of water, please. And so to business. Oops, that's not it. That's not it either. Hang on, guys. Yes, I am aware that, hang on a second. Hold up. Sorry about this, guys. Good God, what in the hell is going on? Oh, there it is right there. Okay. Yes, I am aware that round 2 of the Pearl versus Hafiz rematch is currently live streaming on Valuetainment Money. As you guys all know, when I do my reactions and my breakdowns on these things, I like to watch it. I like to react to it in real time for the very first time. And so, I mean, to be honest with you, I could do a simulcast, but I don't have Adam's permission to do that, and I think that would be very disrespectful to simul stream something he's doing. So you guys are gonna have to wait. But make no mistake. On Monday, when I return to the air on Monday, I will absolutely positively be breaking that down. So shout out to Adam Sosnick, Patrick Bet David, for giving me permission to use this video. Now to business. So Pearl made an appearance on the Valuetainment Money Saucecast, and she was joined by the lead attorney. She's joined by the lead attorney. So you guys all know how I feel about the lead attorney. I don't dislike the guy, but I don't like him. I know that makes no sense, but the reason why I'm just not cool with the lead attorney is A, because, you know, I'm petty and I can get a little bit emotional at times. But B, he talks shit about my friends. He went after Myron Gaines. He went after Myron Gaines. He went after Fresh and Fit. He teamed up with O'Shea and Aben Preach, among others, to go after Fresh and Fit. And I don't take too kindly to that. I really don't. If you talk trash about my friends, that's it. That's it. Now, I have buried the hatchet on, you know, people that have had beefs before, people who have had disagreements with me before. Pearl, as a matter of fact, before I brought her on, I addressed the video she did on Myron. And this was, good God, this was months ago. And she explained the situation to me, and I said, all right, well, I can understand your point of view, but I can also understand why Myron did what he did. I'll let you guys figure all that out. It's not for me to give you guys the details. But Pearl was honest, she was genuine, she was sincere, and so I said, okay, all right, you made a stupid mistake, you got in your feelings, you got emotional, it happens. I'm certainly the same way as well. But yeah, the reason I'm not cool with the lead attorney is because he went after Fresh and Fit along with Aben Preach and O'Shea and all those guys. Get them up out of here. Then he did this live stream, 7-day countdown until the Fresh and Fit channel is done, which was that was all cap. That was not happening. So that's why I'm not really good with the lead attorney. I'm not cool with people who talk shit about my friends. That's just who I am. I do understand that sometimes there are people in my inner circle who have disagreements and just aren't cool with each other. I'm good with that too. Being able to navigate that is part of what it means really to be a man. So that being said, that's how I feel about the lead attorney. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It is what it is. It's over with. And, you know, I've moved on. So without further ado, away we go.
On Valuetainment. We have some special guests here in the building today. So let me go around the panel here, but let's start with Pearl. She just touched down from London town. She's in the town today. YouTuber, massive, blown up. Your show is called The Pregame every Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday.
And Tuesday.
And Tuesday?
Yeah.
Forgive me, I didn't realize you added another day. How careless of me. That's haram right there. And some may call
Good, I'm
her
glad you got it.
the face of the female face of the red pill. How do you feel about that?
Oh, boy.
Do they call me that?
I don't know, man. I just made that up, but I feel like that could flow.
No, they certainly don't call her that. They call her they call her many, many things. Hang on, guys. Sorry about that. There we go. Had to unlock the door. Yeah, they call Pearl many, many things. The female face of the manosphere, as far as I know, is not one of them.
Cool.
All right. Well, welcome. We're going to learn and hear a lot about Pearl today. To your left, TLA, the lead attorney.
Oh yeah, the lead attorney also brought on Miss Cheeks, who lied about being pregnant with Myron's baby. Oh my God.
Family law, divorce, marriage, YouTuber in Atlanta.
That's right.
Good looking, stud, well dressed. What am I leaving out here, bro?
That's about it.
All right.
I'm just trying to help.
All right, guys, show's over. That's it. We did it. There it was. All right.
No,
You're trying to do what?
Yeah, I'm just trying to help men. I have a men-centric channel. It's about legal aspects. Started out with child support, alimony, things like that. So many men get screwed over in divorce.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I come in. I've been practicing 20 years. Divorce. I was married for 10 years, then divorced. Retired a couple of years ago. Started YouTube and just trying to blow up like Pearl.
Hell, no, we all are. Did you represent yourself?
I did.
All right. Well,
we got into
you
a
went
big
to
argument.
law school and you paid a lot of money, so might as well represent yourself.
It worked out fantastic.
All right. So that money.
Yeah, we got into a big argument, and I went to the kitchen, just drew up the papers, went upstairs, signed this, and it was great.
Sounds like the suavest divorce situation ever.
Yes.
Well, you're focusing on men.
that.
Let's talk about Madison. Madison Miller here focuses on women.
Yes.
Beauty queen, YouTuber, beauty expert.
What?
Single mom, 2 kids. I think about 2.
Madison Miller. I have no idea who this woman is. I'm going to have to find her Instagram.
2 and 4.
Well, yeah, she's almost 2, and I have a 4-year-old.
Okay.
Wow.
And you have a channel, Madison Miller.
Madison
half
Miller.
a million on YouTube.
Yes.
You also have another channel.
I have another one called Life of Maddie, which is like more
Life
vlog,
of Maddie.
like lifestyle.
Make sure that we have all the links below for
Yeah.
obviously Pearl, for TLA, for
there
Maddie,
she is.
for Madison. And you started a podcast with
Yes.
your now boyfriend, Ross Greenstein in the house.
We started
What's
Pan
up?
and Unicorn.
Pan and Unicorn. So
Yeah.
entrepreneur, businessman, also divorced, 2 kids. I don't know how I know so much about you, but I read it in your bio. But you started a relationship podcast called
Yes.
Pan and Unicorn. So what inspired that?
Pan and Unicorn? Who's the unicorn?
Ross, do you want to tell that story?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Pan and Unicorn came about because it's our nicknames for each other. So Ross was really big about having nicknames. And I called him Peter Pan because he's a child at heart.
Let's go.
I love
boy.
him for that. And he calls me Unicorn because of you. Why don't you explain why you call me Unicorn?
Oh, please, God, no.
I was single
Oh,
after
no.
divorce.
Oh, boy. Oh, my.
Looking for girls, and I put like the checkbox together of like, people are like, so like, what are you looking for? You get asked that a lot.
Very important to be very
Oh,
clear
my
on what you're looking
God.
for.
Oh, my
Attention.
God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you put on there?
Blonde,
hot, cool, 2 kids, recent divorcee, unicorn-like.
Exactly.
Boom.
And
so
then
here she shows up,
And then
prancing in.
I was told I will never find someone like that. Because
Never gonna find a unicorn,
That's
bro.
they don't exist.
That's what
Oh,
I heard.
my
So then I
God.
met her,
We
and
also
then I started calling her
the
unicorn.
hot crazy matrix. You ever seen that?
Yeah.
Pearl, you've seen this.
Yeah. I've
The
seen
hot
that.
crazy matrix.
Yeah.
What the crazy starts at a 5 because there's no girl crazier than the 5.
Correct.
And then obviously the hot. You're familiar with this?
Yeah.
1 through 10 scale, and they said if you
Yes.
find these hot, cool women who aren't crazy, they don't exist. If you find them, they're called unicorns. If
Correct.
you capture them,
Oh, this is, oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is, we are off. We are off to a fast start, gentlemen. We are off to a fast start. Holy schmoly. This dude actually calls his single mother girlfriend a unicorn.
please bring them into the lab so we can study them and find them.
Correct.
So,
So
when
that's
is she
what
going
happened.
into the
And then
study?
in the beginning, I was like, look, like there's just no way you're actually this cool.
Oh my
Right?
god.
So it's like, you know, you're dating a girl and they like put on like their best look, best
Oh,
Yeah,
everything.
Chris Rock
God.
calls it, you don't send yourself, you send your representative
Correct.
to the first date.
yes.
Or the first few months.
Yeah.
And so then I was like, okay, so after 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, when are you going to become a crazy bitch? She hasn't.
And it's been how many months?
It's been almost a year.
Give it time, Ross.
Yeah, Adam speaking facts here.
I've been waiting.
Oh my
Right.
god. Oh, guys. Guys, this is hold on, let me get the right screen up here. This is not good at all. This ain't good at all. This dude actually thinks he has a unicorn. This dude actually thinks he has a unicorn. And the reason why he thinks he has a unicorn is because, well, there's this attractive woman who hasn't acted like a crazy bitch. And it's been almost a year. I tell you guys, you have to be. Oh, wow. Wow, okay. I tell you guys, you have to vet women for no less than 1 year before committing. Oh, she does have cute kids, though. I'm not trying to be all into that. Oh, wow. Oh, her kids are adorable. Okay. Oh, look. Oh, she's a cutie. Okay, so Madison has very cute kids. Oh, she's a cutie. Okay, all right. So Madison has adorable children, but this dude has no idea what he has gotten into. He has no idea what he's gotten into. All he wanted to do, and this is what trips so many men up. This dude thinks that this woman is a unicorn because she's attractive and not a bitch. For now. Holy God. All right, let's continue.
We'll follow up.
And by the way, gentlemen, so I just asked Devin to, I didn't even ask her to. I asked her to bring me up a bottle of water and heartburn medication, Nexium. That's what I take because I have frequent heartburn. And you guys saw the exchange. I was like, and I told her bring up a heartburn pill. So she brings up the water and says there were none downstairs. And I was like, well, I don't have any. She leaves. The next text I got is, it will be here shortly. I have Tums and Nexium on the way. Guys, that's what it's about, man. That's what it's about, dude. It's about a woman. It's about a woman recognizing and anticipating needs. No one has, dude, Devin does that the best of any woman I've ever been with. Shout out to her. I'm going to have to ask you for one more favor, Devin. Walter is getting a little bit antsy, so you're going to have to come up here and get him.
Up on that. So one of the questions that we always ask people before we start the show is tell us your relationship status and how you make your money. So you guys are together, recent divorce, we know that. So how do you
Yes.
make your money? And then we'll go down the line here and we'll get started.
So I've been a full-time YouTuber for about 7 years, and that's how I make my money. It's mainly YouTube.
Full on YouTuber.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, she worked at Ipsy.
Yes, I worked at Ipsy for a while. I was known as an Ipsy creator, like in-house creator for them for about 3 years. So I was one of the faces of Ipsy. And
Adam's like, what the fuck's Ipsy?
I
No
know.
clue. Our audience has no clue that.
It's a
You
subscription.
dealt with-
Oh, yeah. So, real quick, I know you guys want me to break this down, but a couple nights ago, Devin and I are going to bed. This is crazy. Devin and I are going to bed, and, we go through our usual, facial and brushing teeth and all that stuff. And she gets done before I do. I walk out of the bedroom and to the bed, and I'm looking around for a split second, and I look at her in the bed, and she has lip balm out ready for me. And it was so crazy. I had to laugh. I was like, how the fuck did you know I was about to ask you for lip balm? It's just incredible. It's incredible. I mean, and we've been together, our 7-year anniversary. Our 7-year anniversary is the 19th of January. This is how it goes.
With makeup. Got it. Boom.
Yes,
Moving on.
he's got it,
Okay.
yeah.
And you've got 2 kids, and you
Yes.
were married how long?
I was married for almost 8 years.
8 years.
Wow.
And you've been divorced how long?
For not even a year. not
So
even a full
divorce,
year. Wait, well,
meet
we
Ross,
separated.
Pan and Unicorn,
we
bang, bang, bang.
separated. He moved out over a year ago.
He separated. He moved out over a year ago. Translation. I told him that I wanted a divorce. I told him that I needed to find myself, that we had grown apart and was fucking somebody else, and kicked him out. That's what it is.
And then the divorce process takes forever, as
Okay.
you probably know. And
Who ended the marriage?
Yeah, so we've been officially divorced since I think July.
Got it. All right,
Yeah.
going down the line, what do you do for work and your relationship status?
Principal at a company called Stratford Partners. We buy apartments all over the country. And then I'm also a founder of a company called Brand Sauce. We do brand merchandise and swag.
Entrepreneur, businessman, got it.
And then we started the podcast. We're about 10 episodes in. That's fun.
And you've been
We're
together
enjoying it.
almost a year.
Been together almost a year.
And you've got two
Oh,
kids.
boy.
You got two kids. You got a Brady Bunch thing going on
work
here.
on-
Oh, he's got 2 kids too. Okay, so she's a single mom, but he was a single dad. And guys, single dads are a lot more attractive for long-term prospects to women than single moms are to men. Real shit. Real shit.
We don't
And there
live
we go.
together yet.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
we're taking it slow.
Oh,
but
we don't-
We've started to.
We don't live together yet, but we're taking it slow. Yet you call her a unicorn and you have a podcast together. Got it.
One of our podcast episodes, we're starting to talk about like blending families and how that's all going to work. And
Nice.
yeah. That's
All
what
right.
we're doing.
Well, congrats on your guys' newfound love. Pearl,
Thanks.
we all know you're a massive YouTuber, but tell us something you don't know. I'm sure guys are hitting you up in the DMs left and right these days. Relationship status, money status. Go ahead.
Well, I make my money from YouTube, and I'm single.
There you go.
That's it.
You
That's
can
it.
lift this up if you
Oh,
want.
okay.
Okay, you're single.
And she's single. And look, I made this prediction. Oops. I'll get the camera back. There we go. I made the prediction yesterday. I'll go ahead and let you guys know what the prediction is again. Pearl Davis will be engaged by the end of next year. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. And again, guys, I don't have any inside information. She doesn't talk to me about her love life. She didn't talk to me about her social life. She literally just talks to me about YouTube and this and that. But she will be engaged by the end of the year. She will be engaged by the end of the year. She absolutely will be.
And
Yes.
since you've blown up on YouTube, how hard is it to stay single these days? Meaning, like, the equivalent of what I'm looking for is like when like the Rolling Stones and the Beatles or even the New Kids on the Block did a concert and the women's were throwing panties on stage.
Oh wow.
Let's just extrapolate
Yeah, not the same sauce, Nick. I think he knows that.
that female YouTuber single that talks about relationship. What kind of panties are being thrown your way? Male panties.
Male panties.
Manties.
I don't think guys really
Nancy's-
care about my YouTube channel, if I'm
Really?
being honest. I mean, I
See?
feel like, sure, I get DMs from people I don't know, but I've always preferred to, like, meet people organically, you know?
Gotcha.
So, you know, I do get more messages, but I don't know. I just haven't found, like, guys really give a shit what you do.
Really?
You know, they're like, oh, that's cool.
Well, guys,
And she's right. There it is. Speaking from her own experience, James Wingate with the $5 super chat. I did get your $2 super thanks, James. I do appreciate that. I forgot to shout that out. Says, trust me, Donovan, it gets worse. You are going to love this one. Trust me. Pearl and lead attorney shows she's a feminist deep down. I cannot wait. Oh. James Wingate, another $5, says, DS for the win. Date the year now. Notice that other guy. He has more money than her husband. Funny how they've been a year together. Yes. I say this all the time, guys. Most women's relationships overlap. She just told on herself. She was married for 8 years, kicked her husband out because she had started fucking somebody else. That's it.
if you would, in the chat, throw your manties in the chat if you want to know, like, if you want to get
Your
a little
manties.
closer to Pearl. Maybe we can make something happen. Maybe a lucky winner will go on a date with you today.
Manties.
Maybe we got something spicy that we can throw out there. I don't know.
There you go.
She's in Miami for a couple weeks.
She is in Miami for a couple
The
weeks.
biggest super chat gets a date with Pearl. How about
Biggest
that?
super chat date with Pearl.
Here we go.
By the
Here
way,
we
we'll
go.
be checking super chats throughout the
Here you
episode.
go.
Natalia, we all know Nat. She's just learning how to read. She's crushing it. She's
doing
doing the
well. I'm doing
Duolingo
well.
thing.
Do you guys see what's happening here? Do you guys see what's happening here? I told you, dude. I told you. Somebody is going to take Pearl off the market. I don't know who, and I don't know how, but she absolutely will. Somebody's gonna scoop her up.
For
Watch.
English.
Yes.
We'll get to that in a sec. Lead, go ahead. Relationship
Yes.
status, you said you were semi-retired.
Yeah, well, I'm fully retired. I started YouTube about 2 years ago. My channel was monetized last February. So not this February, but last February.
Nice.
And then I got to 100,000 by that December. And I detailed how much I was making at 25,000 subs, 50,000 subs, and then 100,000 subs to let everybody know. Because like on this channel, you talk about money and men making money. And I'm a huge proponent in people starting a YouTube channel. So
Yeah.
I think at 10,000 subs, I was making $3,000 a month. 25,000 subs, I was making $10,000 a month. At 50,000 subs, I was making $20,000 a month.
Yep, that sounds about
and
right.
then at 100,000 subs, I made $51,000. And so I didn't even know you could make that amount of money on YouTube.
Yes, you can.
But it doesn't really come down to the subscribers, though. It comes down to the views and who watches the ads, right?
Oh my God. Did she say it's not about the subscribers? I'm not trying to pick this woman apart. I just want to make sure.
It comes down to a lot of stuff. It comes to 50,000 subs, I was making $20,000 a month. And then at 100,000 subs, I made $51,000. And so I didn't even know you could make that amount of money on YouTube.
But it doesn't really come down to the subscribers, though. It comes down to the views and who watches the ads,
It comes down to a lot.
Yes, Madison. Or no, Madison. Or yes, it does come down to the views and who watches the ads. But Madison, I don't know that you realize this, but the more subscribers you have, the more views you get. That's generally how it works. That's generally how it works. There are some pretty big channels who their views have clearly gone down. Mine is I don't even have a big channel anymore. I have not even 160,000 subscribers, and my viewership it's taken a steep dip over the last few months. It is what it is. But there is no such thing as there are big channels with small viewers, but there's no such thing as a small channel with a bunch of views. Come on, Maddie.
A lot of stuff. It comes down to the views. It comes down to your CPM or RPM.
Your click rate, yeah.
It comes down to a lot of different things. But a lot of people don't start YouTube because...
Okay, so Madison is going to try to position herself as some sort of an SEO expert. Okay.
They don't know how much you can make. And so the sub count is just an easy way for people to kind of get a ballpark
Vanity
idea
metrics.
of what I did.
By the way,
Absolutely.
speaking of subs, you're about to hit 1 million any day, any week now.
I'm at like 935. So
That's a very exact number. You know exactly.
I was just
935, now 36 now.
The countdown has
No,
started.
I've been checking because I think I'll hit it in the next like month or two.
Check Social Blade. You know about that. You can check that.
Oh, when it's
Yeah.
but they never guess me right.
Yeah, because they
No,
underestimate you.
They do.
By the way, Pearl is at 948,000 subscribers. She gained 13,000. She got 13,000 subscribers yesterday when this was between then and now. She has amassed another 13,000 subscribers. Shout out to her. Great Minds with the $5 super chat says, Donovan, I have a strong feeling that your platform is going to have a huge breakthrough in the near future. Thank you. Thank you. That's the idea. That's the idea. Devin and I are working on some things.
Don't ever underestimate Pearl, baby. All right, thank you guys. I think the audience has a way better idea of who you guys are, what you guys do. We're going to get into it today real quick. Let's just get a quick read for our sponsor, who's sponsoring today's podcast. Shout out to Aura. Thank you, AURA, Aura, who's the #1 season. TX has now we're big believers in them. It did a couple of different things, but this app So you also get real-time alert at basically podcast the app. Save that. I put it on today's podcast. So let's start with Pearl. She just touched down from the UK. She's here, live in effect. Go ahead, grab her real quick just to make sure she's a real person. She exists.
Here, right?
She's out here. So Pearl, let me use my words very intentionally. You are blowing up these days, rightfully so. You've been working hard. I know how hard you work. You just did a big interview with Andrew Tate, Brittany Renner. You did a big thing with Hafiz. I know we're going to do something with Hafiz later this week. Tomorrow.
Tune in.
Tomorrow, tune in. So just a heads up.
Round
She's doing
two.
Round 2. Happy to coordinate that. So for those of you that don't know exactly who you are, what you stand for, why don't you take a minute and just say like who you are, what you stand for, what you believe in.
Tell them, Pearl.
Okay, so my name's Pearl. I would say that I talk about intersexual dynamics on my podcast. And it talks about, we talk about so many different topics, but I would say anti-feminism, anti-like modern relationships, I would say, is basically.
Anti-feminism, anti-modern relationships.
Yeah.
And now is modern relationships symbiotic with feminism? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I've just noticed that they don't use headphones anymore on Saucecast. Looks like they've got a new set and they don't need headphones, so that's good.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Why do you think that is?
Why? Well, I just think we've changed to a culture where it's about me instead of the family first.
Yeah. You know how that started? With a selfie. It all started with the selfie.
Well, I think
selfie, it's about yourself. Now you're selfie.
The
You're taking a selfie. You put your stupid self face in the picture. It's all about yourself. What happened to us? What happened to we? That's my opinion. I don't know.
You know what's interesting? They pinpoint like one of the pivotal like moments when the divorce rate increased as when women started getting on birth control. And it's funny, my grandma, she's 80, right? And I saw her last week, and I asked her. She doesn't know anything about red pill, doesn't know anything about the stats. And I asked her, like, why do you think, like, people started to get divorced? And she told me birth control.
Wow.
Just interesting. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, birth control. Yes. In other words, people started getting divorced because they could cheat and not get pregnant. And so they said, well, if I cheat and not get pregnant, I can complete the branch swing.
I'm not saying that's
your
like
good friend Rolo, author of The Rational Male, says that birth control is hypergamy. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Meaning, if a woman gets pregnant, she will obviously assess the situation and be like, all right, who's this dude that just knocked me up?
Actually, no. I know where Adam's going with this, but what Rolo said, he said abortion was the ultimate, what did he say? Abortion is the ultimate sign of female hypergamy. That's what he said. That's what he said.
Okay, he's a NBA basketball player, a.k.a. Brittany Renner. He's a high-value man.
Yep.
He's Drake.
This
You know,
baby
the
ain't
Drake
going
condom
nowhere.
Hot sauce story.
Yep.
All right, this guy, I will have his baby, and I'll go out of my way to have his baby.
That's right.
Versus, I was fucked up. It was some dude at the bar. He's homeless, jobless, whatever. Abortion. That's kind of what your grandma's saying.
I don't know if her grandma knows Drake.
I mean, but she knows about abortion. Your grandma don't know.
I mean, I don't think my grandma knows what hypergamy is, but she
No,
was just
but the
saying like women.
concept of
Yeah, she was just saying like women get the opportunity to sleep around with no consequences, so they do it.
Yeah,
that's
there you
exactly
go.
what it is.
That's exactly right.
Is that they?
Great minds with the $5 super chat says, Donovan, do you think the state of women today, could it get worse than this? Yes, it will. It can and it will. It's got to get worse before it gets better. So, yes, the answer, great minds, is yes. Absolutely. Fire Fist with the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Oh, and I forgot to give great minds, Mario Ding. Appreciate that, great minds. Says, to be honest, I believe YouTube itself, the algorithm rewards channels with bot subs and views much. I seen a news channel stream a high-speed chase for 148,000 live viewers. The numbers don't add up. I mean, you could be right. I mean, I don't know how it works, but you could be right.
They have now the choice to say, okay, I'm pregnant. I've never been pregnant. You've been pregnant twice. I'm not going to put you.
Whoa, hold on. He said he assumes Madison has been pregnant twice because she has 2 children. He assumes that she's been pregnant twice, but just because she has 2 kids does not mean she's only been pregnant twice.
Shit out there.
No.
People out there. But women have a choice to say, okay, let me back up. It's been 30, 60, 90 days. I'm pregnant now. Okay, who's the father of the child? And then hypergamy is the definition of hypergamy is the act of dating up or marrying up. So you have this conscious decision to say, I'm not even in a relationship with this person. Do I want to have Drake's baby? Yes. Do I want to have Bill's baby? Hell no.
No.
Abortion. It's essentially what grandma's saying.
Yeah.
And this is why you feel so strongly about anti-feminism? Like, equate the two, I guess, is what I'm asking you.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
You're saying that you feel so strong about anti-feminism,
Well, I just
and
think
that was caused modern relationships by abortion. So I'm literally trying to marry the two thoughts.
Oh, well, I mean, I just think that feminism is and always has been a hate group.
Yep.
So it's always been like freedom without the responsibility at the expense of men often. Where it comes to like, I mean, it just goes back to like no consequences. So when there's birth control, and I'm not saying people will say I want to get rid of birth control. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying when you have birth control, it gets rid of the consequence of sleeping around.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
And
Is
same
that
with
a bad thing?
abortions.
Is what a bad thing?
That's a bad thing.
I mean, I don't think it's good. I don't think promiscuity is good for a society.
Oh boy, he says that. Is that a bad thing? Uh-oh. Oh, you know what? I think this dude, what the fuck is this guy's name? I don't even know what the fuck his name is. Peter Pan, we'll call him. I think Peter Pan thinks he's smarter than he is. I think he thinks he's smarter than he is. I think he does. He's like, oh, is that a good thing? He has no idea. He has no idea who he's up against.
By and large.
Okay.
You don't believe so?
I mean, what does that mean? Like, people shouldn't be having sex unless they're dating?
No, women shouldn't sleep. Well, no, it's not that people shouldn't, but when they do, there are adverse effects. Now, this guy is trying to virtue signal. Oh, people can't have sex if they're dating.
What do you mean?
Well, he's asking if people not be having sex unless they're dating or single and sleeping
We're talking
around,
about
like,
hookup cultures. I
yeah.
think where you're going here. Like now,
That's what he's
hookup culture, body count. I mean, this is something that is pervasive. You know, body
Yeah, I mean, I
counts.
saw
This dude just had to have his woman explain his question for her. We already know. We already know who wears the pants in the relationship. Just based on that interaction there. Pearl asked, "What do you mean?" He didn't speak up, so she did.
a video last week about a girl that slept with 4 guys in 1 week. You know, I mean, I just think that's madness.
Yeah.
And you
I
think
just
that-
think, I just think
How would they
society
on
has
that?
gone to, like, that's
But
crazy.
But are you saying that's because she's on the pill, or are you saying
I'm just
she
saying
could
that-
do that without the pill?
I'm saying the
right?
pill adds to it. I'm saying
Got it.
abortion adds to it too. I mean, I know, I met someone the other day, 7 abortions.
Oh!
7!
Oh my god.
At that point, you can't even tell. 30% of people that have had abortions have had, it's either 1 or more or 2 or more. And they don't produce, or 40% of women that have had abortions have had 1 or more. And so, and they don't
Woo!
track the 60% in the future that if they will have them. So it's like, how can you say it's not a form of birth control if women are constantly getting them again and again
Thank
and
you.
again?
Wow. So give me.
Damn, Pearl came with the facts. I think Peter Pan is going to shut the fuck up from here on out. He might try Pearl a time or two again, but he just got a little taste of what's going on. This is almost like in a boxing match, like a title fight, and you're kind of feeling each other out, a couple jabs here and there, but every once in a while, someone's jab pops through, snaps his head back, and the other fighter's like, oh, okay, well, he's a little quicker and stronger than I thought he was. And so now they're a little more cautious, but not quite. Great Minds, $2 says, Donovan, not Peter Pan, I'm rolling. I mean, that's what he calls himself.
Give me those stats one more time, please.
40% of women that have had abortions have had 1 or more.
Yep.
And that's both in England and in the UK.
Woo!
One
And
or
you can-
more.
Well, if they had one, they've had one.
No, like
Yeah.
so
No, one or... Listen to this guy. He thinks he's so smart.
it's their second
They've had
abortion.
more
They've had
than
one
one.
Got it.
before. Yeah.
Got it.
40. So they are perennial, habitual
You see that? Do
abortion.
you see that? So now he's trying to challenge her on the numbers. And as soon as Pearl checks him, he has nothing else. This guy is in over his skis. Look how confident and laid back this guy is. This guy is, dude, he is so cool. I'm the coolest guy in the room. I'm a business owner. I got a hot girlfriend, and I'm just the man. Something tells me this dude is going to be humbled.
Proponents, or I mean, I don't know if there's.
I mean, it just seems like it's used as a form of hypergamy / birth control.
Yeah.
Because 98% of abortions are elective.
Yeah, and I think 90-something% happen in the first 2 trimesters.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm not the abortion expert here, but this is essentially what you stand for, and like Grandma kind of like put it all together with the feminism, and that's what started feminism. Essentially, that's what you're saying.
No, I don't think birth control started. I mean, that's a whole different tangent. I can go into it.
Yeah,
but,
go into it.
But I mean, feminism started in 1888 in Seneca Falls, New York. So that was when feminism
First
started.
wave feminism.
I mean,
right to vote, suffrage, right to work in the 50s, all that. You're talking about modern day feminism, a modern woman, right?
No, I mean, I would say it's always been one movement. It's always been freedom without responsibility.
Oh, so even the original feminism movement in
1888.
1888.
In Seneca Falls, New York.
You're not a proponent of that.
Now, I think I disagree with Pearl here. I think my opinion is that, or as far as I know, feminism, when first wave feminism started out as a movement to give women a choice. You can be a stay-at-home mom, and we're not, we'll respect that decision. But if you want to be in the workplace, you can. So that's what first wave feminism sought to give women choices. But as we all know, it quickly devolved into a hate group, and that's exactly what it is.
Movement.
I mean, it depends.
What did that?
Because what I would say is it's always been freedom without responsibility. So even like when they talked about the right to vote, see, we're going on so many.
Here we go.
Even when we talk about the right to vote, like men had to get drafted, so like that was why women couldn't vote. And I'm not saying we go back. Like I think we've already gone this far. We're not going to go back at this point. Yeah. But I just think feminism is and always has been a hate group.
So I'll use the example that Pearl did. That's why women couldn't vote, is because women couldn't fight in wars. The rationale was that if you're going to fight in wars, then you have it's your decision. We're going to leave the decisions up to you. We're going to leave the decisions up to you as to whether or not you want to vote for this guy or that guy. And Pearl said, hey, look, if I were given a choice as a woman, give up your right to vote or go to war, she's like, dude, I'm giving up my right to vote. Sorry.
I hate.
Josh Marengo says, Donovan, it didn't. It's always been like this from the beginning. You should read the founders' quotes. You'll be very shocked. You know what, Josh? I might actually have to do that. Because, okay, all right. Thanks, man.
Wow. So I assume your biggest haters are women today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, unpack that a little bit. Like, what are women telling you? Like, you must see the comments. What is the most common comment?
The maddest group that I get is the fat chicks. Yeah. So there was an incident where I had a whale attack. Now, so I was doing street interviews, and I was talking about, like, women sometimes, and I want to say, like, women and men can be entitled, but I've just found that it's more women. So, like, this woman on the street was talking about, she felt like, oh, I can't walk home alone at night. And my whole point was, men can't walk. No, why are you walking home alone at night? It's in a dangerous area.
Yes, thank you.
And this triggered her. She just got real mad.
Oh, there we go. Because that implied responsibility, right? How dare you splash my victimhood with personal responsibility?
I was just saying, like, no one can walk. Like, what are you gonna do? Walk down a bad area? If you're a guy, you're gonna get attacked too. Anyway, so she got mad. She knocks the mic out of my hand. She's like, I'll have you. I'm sorry. I'll have you, you slag. I'll have you, you slag. And I live in London, so I didn't know what a slag meant, but I knew I was being insulted. Yeah. So, and then I was like, well, you're a whale anyway, da-da-da-da-da-da. And yeah, and so that got me, so then all these girls got mad because, and then another podcast, I was like, 300 pounds is a lot. And I was just like, I feel like if you're 300 pounds, you probably shouldn't expect someone that makes six figures. You know, I mean, that's just a high expectation.
She's right.
If you're that fat.
She's right.
Yeah. And yeah, so then the whales just came for me. They started making videos about me, and this was like nonstop. They harassed my family. They messaged my sisters. Like, that has been the most triggered group. I
wow.
would say. And you know what? I said 300 pounds is a lot. I stand on that. That's a lot of weight.
Well, I'm not gonna push back on that at all. But I assume when you're using the word whale, you know what you're getting yourself into.
She started it. She called me a slag first.
What's a slag?
I know, what is it?
Oh, it's like
a slut.
Oh.
Yeah.
You slag.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Huh.
And she also called me ugly too. So I was just like, it's like I don't start fights, but I will finish it.
Ooh.
And so if anything, I should apologize to the whales in the sea. Yeah, because those are beautiful, majestic creatures, and I compared them to fat chicks.
So that's a compliment.
Pearl is getting spicy. Yo, Pearl came out swinging. Damn.
No issues here. Okay, so Tila, you haven't really spoken, but let me kind of frame this conversation. Thank you for kind of getting us a little bit of your opinions. So, you know, for a man, a majority of our audience are men. I would venture to say that the most important decision a man can make. So,
how long have we been on this podcast, guys? Quickly, how long have we been? We are 21. We are 21. We're 21 minutes in, and I now have heartburn medication. I now have my Nexium. So shout out to Dev.
Is who he's marrying, but more importantly, who he's deciding to have kids with, right?
There you go.
There's a lot of decisions a guy needs to make, whether you go to school or not, what kind of career you're getting into, who your network is. These are all secondary, but important things, but secondary. But who you're having kids with and who you're marrying is literally the most important decision in your life. So from a male perspective, Ross and TLA, do you think it is if it's a binary option, would it be better to marry woman A, who's like a boss babe, modern woman, feminist almost, like worker, versus traditional woman, housewife, more conventional type of women? If those were the only two options, what would you prefer?
Yeah, it really depends on the couple's individual personalities. Like, I've done this for so long, looking at divorces and marriages for 2 decades. I see it a lot differently than normal people who are not in the industry. And what I've come to see is that if two people are really going to work long term, then their personalities have to line up. And one of the biggest factors in terms of personality, you can just say, for example, is the woman's disagreeability.
Woo! There it
So
is.
You'll have a lot of women who are, the boss bitch. And all
Yeah, they're quarrelsome. They're quarrelsome. They're argumentative. Okay, good.
all this and all that, and they're really hard driving in their jobs, because you kind of have to be hard driving in the business world if you want to get stuff done. The issue is that the level of disagreeability that is required to succeed in the workplace sometimes can make it very difficult to negotiate a long-term relationship. And so if the woman is going to have a high level of disagreeability, that is going to cause some instability in a long-term relationship or in marriage. It might be okay if the husband's level of disagreeability is higher. What you want a gap between the husband's level of disagreeability and the wife's level, right?
No, I disagree. I disagree. You cannot have I understand where he's coming from, but, dude, you can't be disagreeable as a woman. I mean, you can be. It's just not conducive for a successful long-term relationship. It's just not. It's just not. That's just how it is. Dude, disagreeable men are in happy relationships the world over. I happen to be one of them. I'm a very, very disagreeable person. This is just how I am. Devin is a very agreeable individual. That's one of the many reasons why we work so well together, is because there's polarity. And that's what I think the lead attorney is trying to get at. I think what he's trying to get at with this gap situation, I think what he's trying to say, or at least this is what in my opinion, is that relationships need polarity. You can't have two people who are introverts, and you can't have two people who are extroverts.
Now, if you start getting too high on that, then a partnership isn't going to work at all, because
again, I disagree with that. It's not a partnership, it's a relationship. My girlfriend is not my partner, she is my girlfriend. She is also my subordinate. There's a big difference. Your woman cannot be your subordinate if she is your partner.
Each person is just looking out for themselves. So you want a couple, ideally, you want both parties to have a lower level of disagreeability, but you kind of want the man's disagreeability to be higher than the woman.
Yeah, he's just saying polarity.
Follow-up. Well,
That's
it's
all.
funny. We were talking about how personalities need to mesh earlier, but disagreeability. I want to kind of stay there for a second. For a man to be disagreeable, why does that benefit a man? And what is it like? What are some other adjectives or descriptions if a woman is disagreeable? So I kind of want to unpack why it benefits a man, but why it's worse for a woman in a relationship.
It benefits a man in so many different ways.
I'm disagreeable as fuck, bro.
Right.
And that's awesome. and really, that's the way it should be. Disagreeability will protect a man.
Yep.
Men a lot of times will have this chip in them to exalt a woman, to put her on a pedestal, to call her a unicorn. And
ho! Shots fired! Shots fired! TLA just called him out. TLA just called out Peter Pan. I got to give him a Don DeMarco for that one. Woo! TLA with the boom. Dude, TLA with the kidney shot. Love it.
And they will start making sacrifices that they would not make for anyone else. And one of these huge sacrifices can involve marriage, certainly a marriage with no prenup. And they're setting themselves up for a huge fall on the back end when they get into divorce court.
Are you listening, Peter Pan? Are you listening?
And I have represented tons of men, tons of women over 20 years, and I have seen the destruction that takes place. Mm-hmm. Like, no one has seen more men break down in tears while their kids get taken away, the equity in their home gets stolen, their retirement, their pension gets stolen by these judges. They have so much to lose. Women don't have these things to lose.
Yeah, we do. How can you say that a woman doesn't have equity in a house to lose?
I can say that because I've been practicing for 20 years.
But
yes, sir. Yes, sir. He says he can say that because he's been practicing for 20 years. She misunderstood what he said. She misunderstood what TLA said. She misunderstood what he said. What he means is that women win in family court 99.9% of the time.
No, but women also can make money. Like, there could be marriages where the woman makes more money.
Yes, sweetheart, but the exception does not make the rule.
Listen, there are the LeBron James of women, all right? But I'm not talking about these special cases. I'm talking about in general. If you want to sit here and tell me that women in general lose their kids, you're crazy.
Woo!
Of course they don't.
Well, some women do if they're like alcohol abuse.
No,
or
not
something.
in general.
Nope.
I think what you're saying, there's exceptions.
Dude, whoa, TLA is just as cool. He's like, you're crazy. You're crazy. St. Jim says, I get rainbow vibe, with the $2 super chats, I get rainbow vibes from the lead attorney. That's not fair. That's not fair, St. Jim. It's, and the reason why I can say that's not fair is because some people used to say that about me. Like, because I didn't sound like a hood nigga. They're like, because I don't sound like a hood nigga, people question my sexuality just for the sake of it. TLA was married. I don't think he's, I don't know. I need a little bit more than that, but it is what it is.
And there are rules.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know if Madison was intentionally being disagreeable. Respect. Define disagreeable.
That's exactly what Madison was doing. She was being disagreeable. Well, not every time.
For women.
Yeah.
Like, I understand. I can appreciate why it is important for a man to be disagreeable. Meaning, like, if you're a nice guy, nice guys finish last.
There it is.
You gotta, like, for a man, you have to kind of go through some shit. You need to be like, It's more important for a man to say no, put his foot down, than just be a yes man to a lot of women.
Real shit.
100%. Thank you for kind of explaining that. For the women, why is it important to not?
Yeah, Desmond Montgomery says me too, and that was why. Yeah. Dude, I still get that. Dude, my haters on Nigatube, Donovan's got sugar in his tank, and he's a white guy. You know.
Be with a woman who's
that's the degeneracy of the black community.
And define those characteristics. If you
fuck those people.
For a woman.
For a woman, you said the worst thing that a woman can be is disagreeable, and that's what ruins relationships. I'm trying to understand what that is exactly.
Well, if you have a very disagreeable woman, what you'll find is that there's a lot of butting heads in the relationship.
There you go.
And each person kind of wants to wear the pants, and decisions, even small decisions, turn out to be huge issues that cause problems in the relationship. But even more than that, what is deadly is that the woman can take advantage of the man, and she has the state that can back her up on it, right?
Yeah, Roderick Thomas says, I'm told an Oreo cookie black. Dude, I've been called an Oreo too. I'm trying to tell you.
And so men just have so much to lose. And every now and then you'll hear a woman say, oh, well, women have stuff to lose too. But if you drill down on it, you'll learn that it's the vast minority of women who come out on the short end of the stick. And the women who come out on the short end of the stick so many times deserve it because they're on meth or they're on crack cocaine. You know, people will say, "Oh, well, women can lose their kids, right? Why did she lose their kids? Because she's on crack.
She's a drug addict."
That's exactly right. Yeah. And so people have these types of ideas, but when you talk to an expert, you really see what the situation is. And I have seen it so many times. Now, people don't look at their relationships like this. You know.
Okay, so TLA didn't answer fully the question. Why is it bad for a woman to be disagreeable? It's because the disagreeableness is a masculine trait, and masculine traits don't look good on women. That's it. That's it. Being battle tested, being battle ready, having been through some shit, that looks good on a man. Doesn't look good on a woman. You understand what I mean? Experience looks good on a man, not good on a woman. A man who's disagreeable, who can be quarrelsome, who's not afraid to confront people, that looks good on a man. A woman like that, it's not attractive at all. St. Jim with the $5 super chat says, "No, bro, you speak properly, but you have the mannerisms of a man. A masculine man, you are not effeminate. You just speak properly. I know what you mean." Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. I guess I can understand where you're coming from there. Big Johnson with welcome to chat privileges at Big Johnson to welcome him to the TSR family. If you would, Big Johnson, put your age and location in the chat. Oh, he says hello from across the pond. So I guess our British brothers are tuning in. Let's all welcome Big Johnson to the family.
So a man entering into a relationship is not going to sit back and say, okay, I need to give, number one, myself a personality test to see where I fall on the spectrum of agreeability. But then I need to give my woman, my girlfriend, my fiance, I need to get her to take this test too. And it's very easy because women love taking personality tests. And you need to figure out where she is. And it's super, super important because you can be in love with a woman and that woman is not fit for you for marriage.
I disagree. I disagree with the personality test. I've heard of this before. But instead of giving her a personality test, what you need to do is you need to do your due diligence. You need to vet her for no less than 1 full year. Learn to spot the signs that
she belongs to the streets
and act accordingly. That's really how you do it. You have to vet women thoroughly. You have to vet women extremely thoroughly for no less than a year. And you have to know what to look for that disqualifies them for a long-term relationship with you. Personality tests can only tell you so much. A personality test doesn't really tell you who or what a woman is. It takes time to figure that out. A lot of guys, and I'm not trying to say he wants to be lazy, because I understand that he's trying to be thorough here, right? Personality test and this and that. That sounds like it could be a good idea, but a personality test isn't going to tell you anything. It's not going to tell you anything you need to make an informed decision on whether or not you're going to give a woman your tears, your time, energy, attention, and resources.
You're recommending that the husband give her a personality test.
Big Slayer with the $5 super chat says, "Always bringing up exceptions to avoid accountability." Yep. Absolutely.
Okay,
and
what kind of test? Like, where do you get the
like
test?
the Big Five. So you can Google just the Big Five personality test.
Like the 5
They're
love
free.
languages? Is that different from this
That's
personality
totally
test?
different.
Okay, gotcha.
You can do it on Jordan Peterson's website.
Shout out to Jordan Peterson.
I didn't know you could do it
Okay,
on his
Ross,
website.
let me turn it over to you. Because you were with a girl for 10 years. You're obviously with the unicorn that you were able to capture. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But you also have a lot of friends that have been married.
Yeah.
Some are getting divorced. We discussed that earlier. Back to this kind of binary. I know life isn't binary, right? Like Republican, Democrat, I get that. But, I kind of gave the
Benjamin Barks, welcome to Chat Privileges. At Benjamin, I called him Benjamin Barks. Sorry about that. Benjamin Banks, welcome to Chat Privileges. Sorry about that, BB. At Benjamin Banks, to welcome him to the TSR family. Benjamin Banks, if you would put your, all right, he already put his age and location in the chat. 33 in Las Vegas. Out there in the LGV. Devin says, because no one ever lies on a personality test. Exactly right. Exactly right. You give a woman a personality test, she's not going to really tell you the truth. She's going to put what she thinks you want to hear or see. No, you do this by observing her. Personality test is not going to tell you anything, especially if she knows you're going to be evaluating said personality test.
Example of like boss babe, worker, like, and things that kind of accompany that versus more the housewife role, complementary. What have you seen in the relationships that work, including your own, that is more of an ideal situation for a wife and a mother?
Well, I think he said personalities.
Yeah.
So I think obviously personalities matter.
As far as like how they mesh.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But I think a couple of things. I think whether she's a boss and works or she stays at home, there is the saying like happy wife, happy life.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, like, if she's...
Are you fucking kidding me? Did this guy actually say happy wife, happy life? Did he? Hold on. Hold up.
Whether she's a boss and works or she stays at home,
Uh-huh.
there is the saying like happy wife, happy life.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, like, if she's that type of woman, she's going to be that type of woman. So you already know that when you're dating her. And then most importantly, I would say is...
That makes no sense. I don't know what the hell that meant.
It's more about independence and dependence, which is, you know, everyone's either... Some people are really independent. I'm assuming that women that work are more independent and want to do their own thing and have their own time and their own life and do what they want to do.
Oh, yeah, this guy's
Not
lost.
necessarily that women that stay at home are, you know, not independent, but they're probably more dependent.
Here we go.
And have less stuff going on in their life.
Oh, boy.
Less travel for work and
Oh.
stuff with their friends and
Oh.
activities. And so
Oh, my God.
ultimately, I think that's really important, is that if you are, as a male, are dependent and don't need your guy time and don't need to travel for work and
This
don't
dude.
want to play sports all the time and watch football all the time and you're more
wrong with that?
dependent, you got to find someone that's going to work like that. And if you're really independent and she's not, that's where a lot of issues are going to come into play.
That absolutely made zero sense. That made no sense at all. If you're gonna play sports and watch football and lift weights, you need to find a woman that fits that. What? What the fuck is he talking about? Number one. Number two, this dude literally just said, happy wife, happy life. And he meant it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Houston, we have a problem. We have a problem. Wow. Drew Doran with the $5 super chat says, happy wife, happy life. Wow. This guy is completely beta, embarrassing L. Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Josh Marengo says, oh my goodness, it's been a while since I've seen a beta up close. Dude, exactly. Listen, in this part of the internet, we rarely get to see men like him. And here it is. It's a beta in the wild. Betas in the wild are something of an endangered species. Something of an endangered species. Ugh.
Gotcha. Like we have
In this part of the web.
a mutual friend, the sports agent, who's traveling like crazy. He's always on the road, very independent, and his wife is also very independent. She's got her own friends, she's got her own crew. If she were very dependent on him, that could be a very major issue in the relationship.
That makes
sense.
Yeah, I mean,
that's ridiculous.
I think for a lot of relationships, it ends up being about time.
Yeah.
How much time do you spend with each other, whether you're married or not?
Mm-hmm.
If she wants to spend a lot more time with him than he wants to spend with her, it's going to be an issue and vice versa.
Got it. So
He thinks he's smart. This guy thinks he's smart. All this guy is doing, he's using polarizing language. That's all he's doing. Well, if you're either independent or you're dependent. Like this is the guy that uses like fake poetry and sort of bottles us up as fake wisdom. Dr. B84 $5 super chat says he's gonna get crushed when he finds out she's got 3 other dudes she's smashing on the side. Oh, this guy is in for it. Oh boy.
while you said the comment, happy wife, happy life, Pearl like perked up. She's like, oh, let me get on this, Dad. So What is wrong with the concept
Oh
of
my
happy
God! Oh my God!
life, happy wife, happy life?
Women are never happy.
Well, one, they just hate that word, that phrase in the manosphere.
It's
That's why I started
terrible.
laughing.
It is.
But it's also because like women are emotional, or our feelings change every single day, every week, depending on where we are in our cycle. Like if the quality of the marriage is dependent on the woman's happiness, it doesn't really make sense because women feel a different way every single day.
Oh my God!
100%. And then also implicit in that is that the man is supposed to do something to make the woman happy.
Woo!
So you have this type of thing where it's the man's obligation. If the man wants to be happy, then he needs to make the woman happy so that he can be happy.
Check this out. They don't live together yet. They don't live together yet. That's this dude's only hope. That's this dude's only hope. He's lucky they don't live together yet. He is very, very lucky. And I can promise you, yeah, somebody said it in the chat. I can promise you she's the one pushing for cohabitation.
And this is what I was talking about with this whole, men raising up these women on pedestals and subjugating themselves, subjugating their own life, their own happiness for the happiness of another person. And so this is what you have when you have men calling women unicorns. These men are not realizing that women are not unicorns. Women are one thing. And I see it in court all the time.
Whoa! Yo, wait a minute. Yo, I did not know that TLA could put in that body work. I did not know he could do this. I haven't watched him in a while, but goddamn. This dude is like, he's giving him body shots. This is the same thing that men calling women unicorns. He's straight up telling Peter Pan to his face, you're a fucking dumbass. Knight Commander with the €5 super chat says, greetings Donovan from Germany. I'm illiterate today. Says, greetings Donovan from Germany. This food in the middle is a straight dumpster juice. He said, happy wife, happy life. Let me go get the asteroid. OMG. Oh boy, this is bad.
They are human beings. They are people that will game the system.
Yes.
They are people that are self-interested.
Woo!
And when men go around calling women unicorns, they want to take them out of the realm of being humans, right?
Wow.
And this is what men need to understand. And they don't ever understand that until
it's too
they
late.
get into divorce court. And it's a bad divorce. Every single man that's sitting in front of a judge that's getting his kids taken away, that's getting his home equity taken away, understands that the woman on the other side that's asking for all that is a human being. She's not some mythical animal with a horn sticking out of her
Why
head.
do men get their kids taken away?
Listen, why do men get their kids taken away? Here we go. He's about to start to cape up. Did you hear the way he asked this question? Watch his body language as he asked this question. Watch. He didn't ask it inquisitively like, you know what, I'm curious. Why do men get their kids taken away? His body language is, okay, why do men get their kids taken away? Like he's in other words, he's going to try to imply that men are bad people, right? Men and fathers are bad people. Whoa, wait a minute, Mr. Attorney. Why do they get their kids taken away? Watch his body language. Watch.
Some mythical animal with a horn sticking out of her head.
Why do men get their kids taken away?
See? Why do they get their kids taken away? Yeah.
Like I've been divorced. I've got kids. Like I don't know any of my friends
Here we go.
who have ever had their kids taken
Here
away.
we go. Are you kidding me with this? Did this dude really just said, I don't know anyone who has ever gotten their kids taken away? What? You're going to do that? Is this guy really going to sit here and pretend that family and divorce courts aren't heavily skewed and biased towards women? Well, I don't know anybody. Dude, stop the cap. Fuck out of here. This dude is clearly pandering for Madison. Drew Fraz with the $10 super chat says, it goes further than lying on the personality test. If Fresh and Fit and Kevin Samuels taught us anything, women are delusional regarding their qualities and sexual market value. Quote, I'm a good, supportive woman, but no man to co-sign it. Very true.
Are you saying that the vast majority of your friends have 50-50 custody of their kids?
After divorce?
Yeah, that's the California law.
No, I'm asking. You say if they want. I'm asking, are you saying that the vast majority of men have 50-50 custody of their kids?
Well, my friends, yeah. I mean,
No.
I don't know.
Okay, how many friends are we talking about?
say 10.
Got him. There you go.
How many men are there in their country? In this country?
Well, right,
No.
No.
And again, this is the same.
But what's the reason?
Oh, see? What's the reason? What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? That's why he asked, well, why do men get their kids taken away? What's the reason? What Peter Pan is trying to get at is that men get their kids taken away because they're bad people. And we all know that that is not the case. Yeah, Eben Zuer says, this guy thinks he's so cool. Like, he thinks he is just, dude, he thinks he's so fucking cool. He's in the middle. I got the hot girlfriend, blah, 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 blah. He has unfounded confidence. He literally has not a clue. This dude is getting finessed as we speak. He clearly has a higher net worth than she does, which is the main reason why she's with him in the first place. Knight Commander with the €5 super chat says, my fault, Donovan. I meant the fool in the middle. Oops, sorry about that. Many blessings to you and Dev. No problem. But you were actually right the first time. He is food. He is absolutely food. Because Madison is going to eat this dude alive.
Well, there are a lot of reasons. The number one.
But I'm saying the judge is going to be like, look, I'm not going to give you 50-50. There's got to be a reason why they're not getting 50-50.
He's trying to blame. This guy honestly does not know. This guy doesn't know. He is clueless. This guy has no idea. He actually thinks that judges are fair in family court.
Exactly why I should have 1 million subs, because it's not your fault. It's not your fault. If you don't know, you don't know. Like there's no problem.
I just asked you the question.
And I'm explaining it, but give me 1 second because this is very important. This is something that men need to know.
Thank you.
There's so many men that want to have kids. There's so many men that want this legacy, and then they're surprised when they are not allowed to live in the same home with their children until their children turn 18. They're surprised when a woman can just wake up and snap her fingers, and now the woman has primary physical custody of the kids. Mm-hmm. Why do women get primary physical custody of the kids? It's a number of reasons, but the number one reason is because of these judges.
Woo!
The laws are fashioned in a way that give judges discretion to decide who gets primary physical custody of the kids. And by and large, judges for decades have given women primary physical custody. Now,
to the tune of 85% of the time.
I had a question. Do judges look at also who was already kind of the primary custodial parent, like who was taking care of the kids more?
Judges are supposed to look at everything. Mm-hmm. But what you find is that judges have mortgages, right? Judges have bills. Judges are humans too. Exactly.
There you go. There it is.
This is what people don't realize. That is exactly right.
People see this dude, and this is funny. Madison knows exactly what's up. Like, guys, don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. She knows exactly what's up. And I don't know what her custody situation is. But I do know this. This is looks like she had him for Christmas. And usually the parent that has the kid for Christmas usually has primary physical custody. I don't know what her situation is, but she knows.
Judges get in this whole go along to get along. If I'm a new judge, right? I'm a new judge in the circuit, and there are 4 other judges. And, I want to pay my bills like everybody else, and I'm super excited to get the job. Yep. So when I get on the bench, I look around at what these other judges are doing. Mm-hmm. Oh, these other judges, they're giving mom primary physical custody. Well, I'm going to do that too. Am I going to look at 15?
And here's the thing. Judges are not appointed. They are elected. Judges are elected. This is why we say women control elections. Women are going to put judges. Women are going to vote for the judges that favor them the most.
Different factors of who did what, yes, but at the end of the day, I'm going to ensure that my results, my verdicts, my judicial orders are in line with everybody else. And what is everybody else doing? Yeah. They're giving primary physical custody to the mother.
So I want to spend actually a good amount of time on this. I want to kind of get there in a second.
The Level Up Man says, not always, Don. Most custody agreements have one parent Christmas Eve, the other Christmas Day. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, Oh, okay. All right.
But
I don't know why you deleted that, but all right.
to your question,
I didn't realize that.
you're basically saying that based on your 10 friends experience, it's typically 50-50. Is that what you're saying?
But he's saying that judges are human and that the judge makes the decision, but not really giving a reason as to why the judge would make that decision.
He just told you. He just told you. Judges follow the lead of other judges. And most judges are giving custody to the mother so that incoming judges do the same thing.
I just gave one reason. This is, I just gave one, but
what is the actual,
I think what Peter Pan is trying to get at is that fathers deserve to have their kids taken away when it gets taken away. Now, there are some men out there who should not be around their children, just like there are some women out there who should not be around their children. But this guy is trying to pin TLA in the corner and admit that the reason why mothers get custody more than the men is because they deserve it.
Let's be clear, what is the typical number?
Well, let me say
is it, I've never been divorced, I don't have kids, but if he's saying it's closer to 50-50, you're saying it's closer to what?
Nowhere near 50-50.
What is it?
I mean, it could be 70%, 80%, depends on the jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy to think that men get custody.
So then what was the guy supposed to do about it beforehand?
What do you mean?
Oh, listen to this. Do you see? Oh, so what was the guy supposed to do about it beforehand? This guy is so clueless. He is trying to imply that it was actually the man's fault that he does not have custody. I'll bet you that's what he's doing.
What was he supposed to do about it?
Like, you're saying he gets divorced.
Uh-huh.
He has children.
Uh-huh.
You're saying goes to a judge. He doesn't get 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
What was he supposed to do beforehand to ensure that he would get 50-50?
There's nothing he can do.
There's nothing you can do, fam.
Yeah, so that's the whole point. Like, what?
I don't know.
That is the point. There's nothing you can do, Peter Pan. What? Are you serious? Does this guy... There's no way this guy doesn't know this stuff. Oh my God.
Oh, I just find this so absurd. So you practice in
She said, I find this absurd. Are you kidding me?
Atlanta, right?
That's exactly right.
So the rules and the laws are probably differently, and the system is probably different in every state.
Yes.
It's state to state, that's true.
Yeah.
But in pretty much every state in the nation, the rules, the laws are set to where there's no preference given.
Because in California, they actually try to push the fathers to be more involved and have the kids more.
There you go. And she just told on herself. She just said that California pushes for the fathers to be around more and more. And the reason why is because the mother gets custody most of the time, which is the point.
And so they push to have that 50-50 custody. If
Yeah.
the
When you say
father-
they, who is they?
The system, the judge, the
Oh,
courtroom.
you're saying that the judge
the
tries...
attorneys.
No.
No.
Let's be specific
Yeah.
because you're speaking in all these generalities, and I want to know specifically, when you say they are pushing men to have more time with their kids, who is they?
Court.
Here's the thing. And hopefully TLA picks up on this. But she just gave it away. They just sat here and said, well, in California, everybody has 50-50 custody of the kids. But then in the very same, but in the next minute, she says they are pushing to have dads more involved with their children, more around their children. Well, why would they push dads to be more involved with their children if there's 50-50 custody? No. The reason why they're pushing for men to have more and more involvement with their children is because custody is not 50-50. That's the point. And she just gave it away. So, you know what this means? This means she probably has full custody of her kids.
Judge.
What is
That's
the
what I've
judge?
been told from attorneys.
That's what you've been told. Okay, which judge is pushing for fathers to have more time with their
so
kids?
basically what they
She
say
needs
is
to
that
be
they
specific.
really,
Says.
my attorney, when I did everything.
Okay, your attorney,
Yes.
one attorney
Well,
said...
right, but you're just one
You're
attorney.
just one attorney as well.
I mean,
Right, but I've been doing this for 20 years.
But
Yeah,
the
but
other-
so
I can't believe these people don't know this. Like, this is conventional wisdom. And Madison is now trying to fight with TLA because Madison knows what's up. She knows what's up. Peter Pan does not. And at this point, she is sitting here across from the lead attorney, and he is a direct threat to their relationship. And so when he starts making too much sense, this is when she jumps in. I don't know why somebody won't just say, guys, everybody knows this. Everybody knows that men get screwed in family court, in family and divorce court. Everybody knows that. There's nobody who doesn't know that, except for apparently Peter Pan.
My divorce attorney was one of the top in San Diego.
But that's what
But the other point though that you're saying though that doesn't make any sense is you're saying that the judges choose that men. Okay, we went back to disagreeability. What is the guy supposed to do? Like, so if Adam's gonna get married and he's gonna have children, you didn't really get to helping him. So like,
I think.
Yeah, don't have children with modern women, Peter Pan. That's the solution. That's the solution. Yeah, Dr. B84 says, whose man's is this? Like, this dude is fucking clueless. He's like an uglier, shorter version of Peyton Manning, and he doesn't know shit.
That's why so many men are walking away from marriage today.
Exactly.
Is because it doesn't benefit
It's a
them.
bad deal.
It's a bad deal for guys.
You're saying, how do
today.
we fix it? And this is what I'm telling you. For an individual man right now, there is no fix. Now, the
So
laws...
you're saying to not get married?
Yes.
Laws are...
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying, Peter Pan. Cody Marshall with the $2 super chat says Peter Pan is delusional and he have no clue. Peter Pan is not delusional. Peter Pan is clueless. Peter Pan is fucking clueless. This dude is honestly blind to how biased family and divorce courts are towards women. I cannot believe I'm hearing this. I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Changing. In Atlanta, for example, they've just started this year pushing that to move away from the system where fathers or mothers can get custody, because what judges are doing, they're using that discretion to just basically give mothers custody.
There it is.
Now Georgia is moving to a system to where the default is 50-50, and that's where we need to be. If the judge starts out and says, okay, here's what we're going to do. You guys are going to get divorced. That's fine. 50% of the time with the mom, 50% of the time with the dad. Now, if anybody has any objection to that, I'll listen. And if anybody doesn't want that, I'll listen.
That's how California is.
No, what?
That's how California is. We're talking about the nation.
Thank you.
We're not cherry picking over here. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not, oh, my one friend this, or this particular state.
To Atlanta, right?
And women men only win custody. It's like 20% of the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me get this. Guys, if I may, let me get to some stats, and I want to get your opinion on this. So, we're going to cover relationships, who to date, who not to date, divorce, all that. We're all over the map here. All good. Have fun.
Big Slayer with the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Says, where's this man's dad? That's what I want to know. Drew Doran with the $5 super chat says, this just shows how blue pill the mindset of most modern men are. In this community, I feel like we forget it's 90% of men. Dude, I'm telling you, man, you're right. You're right. I think just being around this kind of content and the people we surround ourselves with and the content we consume and create, it's easy to forget that most men just walking around have no idea. They have no idea, but even men that are clueless, they are aware of the bias. They're aware of the bias. Cody Marshall with the $2 super chat says he is pussymatized. Yes, he is. This dude is fucked.
So here's some divorce stats for you guys. Nationally, we're not cherry picking
Here we go.
Exactly.
Here's some stats for you guys. Man versus woman. Women file for divorce 70% of the time. That goes up to 90% of the time when they're college educated.
Woo!
Beware those smart girls, y'all. Women get the kids 90% of the time.
This is what she doesn't
Average child
understand.
support payment is $720 a month. Alimony is around 40% of the guy's income. These are stats, and then men are way more likely to end up getting depressed, fat, alcohol, drugs, and suicidal.
Thank you.
So back to this point that I kind of want to discuss. The divorce rate, 70% women initiate this. You said this is exactly why men are so hesitant to get married today. So is marriage an outdated deal for men? What do you think, bro?
I mean, I think men and women are better together, and marriage is good as an institution. But I feel like the government ruined it. I just think it's a bad deal for men the way the laws are today.
Okay. So what should men do if they want to get married and you believe that family unit is...
Yeah, do it privately. Private marriage. Get married. Get married at a church. Don't get the government involved, don't get the state involved. Have a ceremony, have cake and ice cream, do the dance and all that, but don't sign anything.
Is ideal. Should men just kind of be clear-eyed going into this?
This is why I brought the attorney.
This is why you brought the attorney.
So
You can't hide behind the attorney, Pearl. You got to answer the
No,
question.
I'm saying-
You can't handle the truth.
No, I'm saying like that's why 'cause the legal. I mean, some guys do the prenup. Some guys choose to walk away. Some
Which are useless. Prenups are absolutely useless. Prenups are absolutely useless. But I don't think this is a complicated question. Why are men, do you think the institution of marriage is still useful? Not the way it's currently constructed with the laws. And the solution is to get married, but don't involve the state or the government.
guys, I've heard of a guy that lives with a girl but has her pay the rent so she can't, because I guess she can seize your assets legally if she's just living with you for a certain amount of time, and that can include like even if she leaves her stuff at your apartment.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I've heard some like guys have interesting solutions.
So is
that
marriage
really
just a
come up
bad
with.
deal for men
Well,
these days?
I mean,
Let's
it
go there.
can
Or
be,
is it
but
a bad deal for someone who makes the most money?
Well, listen,
Because I feel like
I'm-
it's not even just men or women, it's whoever makes the most money.
Yes, but men make more money than women. There it is. Men make more money than women. Most women are useless. Sweet cheeks. Most women are useless. Most men have everything to lose and nothing to gain. That's why, dude, why do you think women are dragging dudes down the aisle? They got nothing to lose. They got nothing to lose. They got nothing to lose. That's why they're so in favor of marriage. Big Game E with the $10 super chat says, Donovan, Peter Pan is in a fog due to Blondie's peace leave.
Yep.
I agree.
In the relationship. It's why are we pigeonholing
That's
it to
not
men or
true.
women?
And again, the stat that you just read
Well,
about
they're not
women,
gonna- okay, if you
let
are
me
married-
finish, please. Let me
if
finish.
you're
Let me
married-
finish. The stat that you just read about women getting custody 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Right. And this is why it's so good to have a couple on here that and they're both ignorant about these laws. It's like, oh well, just men get custody 50% of the time too, and it's not true.
No.
If women get primary physical custody 90% of the time, that should be a stat that shocks them, right?
Do you think that they should take a 1-year-old or a baby and give the primary custody to the male, the man, the dad,
Again,
or
That's
the
actually a
mom?
really good point.
Okay, so a 1-year-old. So you're getting divorced. And yes, she is getting agitated. She is getting agitated. So now what she's going to do is she's going to use an extreme situation. She's going to use an extreme situation to try to disprove the argument. You cannot use a macro argument as a defense to a. I'm sorry. You cannot use a micro argument as a defense to a macro argument.
Like if it's a newborn.
I
If
just
it's a
answered the
newborn.
question.
No.
So what? So we're getting divorced. Wait. So you pop out the kid and you get divorced? Like what are we talking about? What are we talking about? I only know of one person who got divorced right after having the kid. That was Brittany Renner. Brittany Renner got divorced. She divorced PJ Washington 2 weeks after she had the kid. And we all know how that turned out.
No, I just have that question. Do
I
you
just
think yes or
answered
no?
the question. It should be default 50-50.
See, there it
It's
is.
half of the man's genetics, half of the woman's genetics, half of the man's chromosomes, half of the woman's.
There you go. See that? You see that? Even she's biased. Well, what do you think? Would you take a 1-year-old and then the man doesn't get to bond with his baby. The man doesn't get to bond with his baby by the time the kid is old enough to be around dad. He doesn't know who the fuck dad is. Get out of here with that. Mike Steele, $5 super chat, says they need to show Peter Pan that picture of the statue outside of the New York family court. It's a woman with a sword holding the head of a man. Yeah.
Woman's chromosomes. It's half their baby. It can't be, well, we're gonna give the mom the kid until the kid's age 2, and then we're gonna introduce the dad.
Thank
no.
you.
If
Exactly.
the mom wants to breastfeed, that's fine. The mom can breastfeed on her time and can send bottles to the.
But no
to
one's
the father.
arguing with you that it should be 50-50.
Yeah,
do you
actually.
You're saying it should be
No, actually, no. Your girlfriend is arguing that it shouldn't be 50-50. She's arguing about it. She just asked, what if it's a newborn? What if it's a da-da-da-da-da-da?
She just asked. Your girlfriend just asked if the father should have What did you say? If the
I'm saying that that the mother should not be the primary custody. But honestly, when
That's
it's
what she just
50-50,
said
the
that.
kids going
you're,
back
you're
and
saying
forth.
that no one should say it shouldn't be 50-50, and your
No,
girlfriend just said
I'm
it.
saying the primary, like with the person like the kid living with the mom. But honestly,
No.
when it's 50-50, they're not full time at anyone's house. They're bouncing back and forth.
So
and
your,
that's what the
your
California
question
state law
was,
pushes for.
Your statement said,
She keeps saying that's what California pushes for. That's what California pushes for. That's what California does. Get out of here.
statement was no one saying that it shouldn't be 50-50. Your girlfriend just said that it shouldn't. And I agree with you. It should be 50-50. It should not be where the mother, being a mother, gets primary physical custody of these kids.
Okay.
So I agree with you. I don't agree with her. Like,
Wow.
fathers should have equal right to these children.
They do, though.
Yo, TLA. TLA is telling him straight up, I agree with her. Or he's like, I agree with you. I don't agree with her. Oh, dude, I love it. I love how he's like straight up challenging her. And you can tell this bitch Madison Miller, this chick Madison Miller has never been challenged like this. You can always tell when outsiders run up on people like us. They're like, whoa, wait a minute. This dude knows exactly what he's talking about. Beastly Nerd, $5 says, I think Peter Pan is lying. There's no way he doesn't know about the laws when people not from our country know the law. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Do you think he's being willfully ignorant? Or do you think he's just all right, put it on the poll, Dev. Put it on the poll, Dev. Put it on the poll. Is Peter Pan really ignorant, or is he faking it to stay out of trouble with his girlfriend? Is Peter Pan really ignorant, or is he faking ignorance to stay out of trouble with his girlfriend? Put it on the poll.
They are children.
I'm just going off of what I know.
That stat that the man sitting next to you, Adam, told you, is that 90% of the time, women get primary physical custody of these kids.
But
I know what you're saying.
Imagine if it was vice versa.
I know,
Imagine if it was vice versa. If women only got custody 10% of the time,
I
like
agree.
we would be in uproar about
Absolutely.
it.
I feel like
But you never hear about it, because when it comes to men, like
we're
like
not
people,
looking at all the
She needs to quit in her-
reasons, though. Like, there could be reasons to why that stat is.
90%.
90%?
Yeah, there could be reasons to where, okay,
So you
maybe
think
the
9 out of
father
10
did not want to be around. Maybe
9
the
out of 10.
father can't be around.
Here
as
we
9
go.
out of 10. 9 out of 10 of them.
Yes, 9 out of 10.
That's
Wow,
no.
that's a bold statement.
That's what I think.
Be clear about this. 9 out of 10 should be
dating a
what?
woman that
I
feels
guess I
so
want to understand
bad
that.
against
Everyone
men.
relax.
I'm saying
Madison, what are you saying?
I'm saying that there's so many reasons to why this percentage could be this high.
Did you know that I just saw an article the other day that hookers are more likely to get custody of their children? Prostitutes.
Boom!
Hookers.
Pearl, that is such a great point, because
Hookers.
everybody, just like her, everybody wants to look at what the problems are, what the man are,
Yes.
and assume
Thank
that
you.
the mother is a
Thank
good
you.
mother. I
Thank
have
you.
represented so many shitty mothers that still get custody of these kids. But everybody's like, oh, well, 90% of the time, the moms get custody, so there must be a reason on the dad's side. This is what you just...
And that's exactly what Peter Pan was getting at when he said, well, why don't they have full custody? He wanted to say it, but he just doesn't have that kind of backbone. But I picked up on that with his body language.
I said, no one looks at the
honestly-
mother's side though and wonders, why is it? If women are human beings too, if men can be poor fathers, then women can be poor mothers. Why is it that even with women being poor mothers, they get custody 90% of the time?
There it is.
Yeah. Right? If you sit back and think about this, it doesn't make sense. Of course there's a preference for women.
The men are getting screwed over by the system.
There we go. Oh, okay. There we go.
Absolutely.
So
It's
I have a lot-
Yeah. So, and this is something that this is something I thought TLA was going to say, but TLA is the master of the long stroke, and the long stroke was valid, but everything TLA said when he asked him that question is because family and divorce courts are skewed heavily in the favor of women. That's why.
A lot of questions about the system. We're going to touch on that. Can we go positive for a second?
Yeah.
Cody Marshall with the $5 super chat says California. What about other states, counties, and parishes? Yeah, that's exactly right.
Let me just go positive for a second. Let's reel this thing in. Let's go positive. We're going to negative town over divorce, alimony, child support, which is reality. Some people might say Adam, don't try to paint a silver lining around this. You got 2 divorcees right there. You've been divorced. I was engaged one time. Didn't work out. Boom. Pearl's got a lot of manties coming her way. But
manties. Yes.
But let's be positive for a second. So from a woman's perspective, let's let the women answer this right now. From a woman's perspective, what are the best traits and qualities that a man should be looking for in a wife and a mother?
Woo.
A wife and a mother. Good with kids. First and foremost, if you want to have kids. And I would just say, like, she has to get on your program. And I agree with what he said, agreeable.
Or not disagreeable.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't want a girl that you're arguing with all the time. That's a headache. Guys don't want to come home to... It's like they fight battles at work every day. You want to come home and fight with your girl? No.
Gotcha. How many of your close girlfriends are married or have kids now?
None.
2.
Oh.
2. So that 2 out of...
4.
Okay, so you don't have a lot of girlfriends.
No.
Okay.
Or
Maybe be nice to whales, baby. All right, like Greenpeace. Okay? Big girls need love too. So you're saying that
Adam's funny.
Don't be disagreeable.
As Tech9, oh, Darius Horton with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Says, as Tech9 stated, I will never go mainstream. Mainstream will go me. Red Pill is getting there with breakdowns like this and interviews like this. You're right. You're right. Dude, I'm telling you, I never thought that Red Pill would be mainstream. We just about are.
And prove that you're actually good with kids prior to me knocking you up.
Fair? Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay, anything
that and a low body count.
You want to add to that? What a man should be looking for in a wife and a mother?
Okay. Oh, I liked my brother's girlfriend because this girl went to culinary school to cook for my brother.
Yeah.
Isn't that mad?
Wow.
She went to culinary school
she's an engineer.
to cook.
She's an engineer. She was like, you know what? I want to cook for my man. She goes to culinary school.
Okay.
Oh, shit. What? Wow.
Are they still together?
Yeah, he just proposed. How do you think she got the ring?
That's how it works.
They say the stomach is the key to a good relationship.
That's how it works.
Shout out Austin.
Gotcha. And then you have, just to be clear, you have 5 brothers? You're one of 9? What are you?
I'm one of 10.
One of 10.
Oh, wow.
Sorry for the one that I forgot. Okay.
Yeah.
One of 10, and they're
Big
how many
family.
boys, how many girls?
It's 5-5.
Okay, and to be clear, if you could paint the perfect woman for all 5 of your brothers, not each one of them, I don't need, Bill's ideal wife, and then Adam's ideal wife, and then Larry's ideal wife, but like, if there's a I don't want to use the term unicorn, because, we all know those don't exist.
This is why we know This is why we know Sosnick is Red Pill. At least he is now, because dude, Sosnick watches the content. He watches the content, man. Beliza Guitars, welcome to Chat Privileges. At Beliza Guitars to welcome him to the TSR family. Beliza Guitars, if you would, put your age and location in the chat. Thank you.
What type of woman, if you can paint an ideal woman, for your 5 brothers?
Okay, so 1, she can't be a hoe. She can't be sleeping around all around the town. No, not for my brother. No 304s.
No 304s.
Gotcha.
2, okay. She's got she has to work hard.
Yeah.
So because like raising kids is hard, so I feel like you should have someone that like is a hard worker that you're with. I would also say being agreeable and like listening to him. I really like that my brother's girlfriends like they don't really argue with what they say, they just kind of follow.
Okay. There it is. That's being agreeable.
When you say work hard, like a job work hard?
No, it doesn't have to be a job. I just think like work ethic is good.
Like, don't be lazy.
Yeah.
Okay, so
like,
not disagreeable. Be a good worker.
Now, Peter Pan asked that question because he really wanted to know. I think they've gotten his attention. I think they've gotten Peter Pan's attention. He's like, wait a minute. Wait. What do you mean? They've got his attention for sure. They've got his attention for sure. He's going to try these 2 a couple more times. At some point, he'll know.
Be able to cook a little bit.
Oh, not attention.
Good with kids.
Not super attention seeking.
By the way, real quick, I'd like to introduce your brothers to Natalia over there.
Oh, my God.
Because as you're saying all this, I'm like, look at my...
No, Natalia's a hoe. She is a hoe.
My girl, Nat.
No.
Just agreeable.
No.
Never disagreeing.
No, Adam, buddy, the reason why Natalia is agreeable is because she works for you. Of course she's agreeable. You're her boss. Subordinates are always agreeable to their superiors.
Always a good worker. I know, that's just a plug
if they
for my
were
girl,
single,
Nat,
if my brothers were single, I would totally set them up with her.
All right, listen, there's a lot of dudes out there that are paying for Nat's bathwater these days in super chats.
Oh, God.
Okay, so Madison, you have any brothers?
Yes, I do. I have a
Wait, can I
brother.
add one? Can I
Yeah.
add one? In shape. Sorry.
In
Done.
shape.
Uh-oh.
Well, we all
The
we
whales.
know you're not Greenpeace over here, right?
Yeah,
You're not
the
trying to save
whales.
the whale. We know that. Thanks. Okay, so you have how many brothers?
I have one brother.
How old is he?
He is 37.
Is he married? Kids?
Married and has 2
Okay,
kids.
so for your brother and let's say Adam over here looking for a wife, right? There's
Yeah.
a ton of dudes in the audience out there. How you guys doing? Good to see you. What would the perfect wife and mother look like for your brother and Adam over here and the men out there in
I
your
would
perspective?
say someone who's confident, secure with themselves,
Here we
because
go.
insecurities brings a lot of attention sinking and just needing the reassurance constantly.
And when she says confident, she means feminine confidence, not masculine confidence. She probably is talking about masculine confidence, but yeah, you want a woman who has confidence in her femininity.
I would also say someone who's very warm, loving, kind, caring.
Oh, this is
That's
all.
very
That's all
also
bitch
almost
babble.
selfless, and that they can, someone who's a good teammate, like a good
Yeah.
partner.
I'm noticing
that makes
one
you
thing
be a
here.
better person.
No-
Oh, dude, she literally just said a whole lot of nothing. She said a whole lot of nothing, y'all. She said a whole lot of nothing. Kind, warm, a team player, da 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 da. She didn't mention anything of substance. She basically just described a woman. Just a typical plain woman.
Nobody's saying it like brings home the bacon, making money. Like it's not. That's
A partner, a team
Not
partner.
well, that's part of it, but I don't think.
Someone who can help you be the best person that you can be, and you both lift each
Okay.
other up.
Well,
All right.
I mean, what does money do a guy who has it? And my brothers are not bums. You know what I mean?
There it is. That's great if your girl can make money and do that and be a complimentary type person, but I don't think men are looking for that. There's a sexual
right.
market value stat out there where like what women work for, it's like a pie chart. And I remember this. It's like a woman's looking for a guy with resources, who can provide, protect, be good looking. It's like an equitable kind of share. Like it's a pie chart that gets broken up. Whereas men, 80% of it is looks.
Of course.
And then the other 20% is like what you do, your age, what you're providing, like all that. So it's a different dynamic right there.
A lot of younger men though aren't going to be happy and are secure enough to date a girl that makes a lot of money.
Here we go.
Well, a lot of younger men.
Oh my God, this guy is so clueless. A lot of younger men are not going to be confident enough to date a woman who makes a lot of money. Peter Pan, any man who dates a woman who makes a lot of money is either A, super high value, which means he's probably not in his 20s because it takes a while, or B, is a hobosexual. What is a hobosexual, you ask? It is a man who dates women for money. It's the reverse of the female gold digger. This guy is clueless, and he didn't even say that with confidence. Mickey K9, welcome to Chat Privileges. At Mickey K9 to welcome him to the TSR family. Mickey K9, if you would, put your age and location in the chat, please. Thank you, sir.
Men are probably dating a young girl who's making a lot of money.
Well, I just think it's nothing to men.
It's not.
I do well with the channel, and like that's why when you asked in the beginning, how
Yeah.
has your dating life changed? I'm like, it's the same. Guys don't care.
You're like, guys don't care that.
No, they're like,
I don't know.
They're like,
You're a public figure at this point.
Some men
That
would
gets you an
care.
extra point for
Some
sure.
men would care.
Yeah, some men would care, but those aren't the men she wants because men who care about how much money a woman makes don't make any money. Men who date women for money are bums, guys. Let's get that right. Let's get that right.
All right,
But
you've been married.
Some men would have a hard time dating.
Yeah, you've been.
No, if
you've been-
anything, I think like most guys would prefer a girl with like not on social media than on it. Yeah,
Oh.
I would say it almost like loses you.
Let me tell you a story.
Yeah.
Actually, this is where Pearl, I'll put it to you this way. I've said this since, episode 41. Episode 41. Okay? The more money, status, clout, influence a woman accumulates, the further she shrinks her pool of potential suitors. This is where Pearl finds herself at this point in time. However, Pearl is uniquely positioned in a community that actually talks about sexual market value. And now she is starting to get eyeballs from other high value men. At least I'm assuming she is. That's what my assumption. That's what my prediction was. Pearl is going to be engaged by the end of 2023. Trust me when I tell you. But that's what we're talking about.
Speaking of that, let me tell you a story. So I meet this girl, very pretty girl, and she's in the nightlife business in Miami.
Oh boy.
And
so she's a hoe.
You know, obviously you do the same pleasantries. Hey, how you doing? This, that, the other. And then naturally it's like, so what's your Instagram? Obviously you do that.
Uh-huh.
And I get her Instagram, and I send her a text. I said, by the way, I'm really impressed with your Instagram. She goes, why? I have like a couple hundred followers. And I go, exactly.
That's it. There you go.
I go, do you know how rare
there it is
for a pretty girl
Yep.
that lives in Miami, that works in nightlife, to not have like thoughterly going on all over their Instagram page?
Thank you.
Like, that is such an impressive quality. So the fact that she had, whatever, a couple hundred, couple thousand followers, I don't know, and it was just like nice photos, just her being pretty, family, versus like booty shot, booty, boom, titties out. Like, it was like so refreshing. And I said, wow, I'm so impressed by you. But most girls don't got that in that type of category. Because men, you know, if you're looking for that type of girl, you steer clear from the girls with 1 million followers.
The Instagram thoughts. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's rant over. You've been married. You're married for 10 years. You now have a unicorn by your side. You told me you used to date around a little bit in your younger days. Based on your track record, what is the best traits and characteristics for a wife and mother?
Oh, so Peter Pan used to be a bit of a player. I see.
Well, I think what she said first, which is like good with kids, right? If you're planning to have kids with them, are they a good mom?
Number one.
Yeah, for me. And she was a teacher before, so I was like, that's amazing. Because, like, if you've been a teacher, you've gone through all that schooling, you've dealt with kids, you've dealt with a lot of different people's kids.
Yeah. You
obviously know how to be around.
That's actually good intel by him. That's actually good intel by him. The occupations, the occupation of a quote unquote wife-worthy woman, either she works in a daycare center or she is or was a school teacher. So okay, I'll go with him on that.
Kids, that's huge.
Okay.
So
anything
I would say
else you want to add to that?
Good with kids. I mean, are you talking about her specifically? I would look at her family and friends. I think family's huge.
Yeah. I'm trying to give game to the guys out there who are contemplating maybe wifing up this girl, maybe dating this girl, maybe.
Yeah, I've got advice. Don't do it.
Knocking up this girl, and they're like, oh, actually, my hot girl actually hates kids.
I mean,
and you're contemplating marrying her. It's like,
if you're already dating a girl,
that could be a great thing.
Why's that?
I mean, when you say, you know, give me your list of things or qualities that can make a good mother and a good wife, you know, implicit in that is that, you know, those two different categories are not sometimes competing with each other.
Right.
You can have a woman who has really great qualities that make her a mother, but some of those great qualities.
100% correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. Because you can be an amazing mom and be a terrible wife.
That's exactly right.
Because you also can put all your attention to the kids and then neglect your husband.
That's exactly right.
Well, not only that. This is why we discourage men from taking single mothers seriously. This is why we discourage men from committing to single mothers. Because if she's going to be the best girlfriend she can be, this means she's going to neglect her kids on some level. If she's going to be a good mother, this means she has to neglect you to a degree. You cannot serve two gods. You cannot be a good mother and a good girlfriend at the same time.
And so many women do that, and men are shocked. And it's happened so much, especially after the second kid. A lot of times women will just cut off the sex. You know, it's, hey, I was a wife, but now I'm a mom, right? And so men don't take this into account.
Yeah.
Men get married thinking that the woman that they're marrying who's devoted to them is going to stay that way. And what so many men find out is that that is not the case, especially when the kids start coming.
Very important point you just made right there. Okay, so
I've been doing this for 20 years.
I
I'm telling
do
you, I
this.
see this.
One in 4 marriages is sexless. I'd just like to add.
One in 4 marriages is sexless. Do we know however many years that takes to get to that point?
I think it's like 2 or 3 months, if I remember.
2 or 3 months. What?
Like no sex. Like that.
No, meaning like
how long have they been
after
married?
2 years of marriage, 5 years of marriage, 7-year itch, 10 years.
I don't know how they. I just know it was 1 in 4.
What I see is that it almost always comes after the kids, and just for some reason, it's that fucking second kid. It's that second kid that will start it up.
One
Not
kid
the
for
first
me, bro.
kid, but it's
That's it.
Ain't
the
that
second.
something?
What if they?
I wonder why that is. I wonder why sexless marriages almost always start after the second kid. I'd be very interested to find out. Can anybody let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. I want to hear your theories. I want to hear your theories on why the sex is cut off after the second kid. Cuz I wouldn't know why.
I have like 4 or 5 kids.
What if they have 10?
No, yeah. So like,
Bro, you're great. Like,
I mean, if like, is it after the girl like has the last kid that she wants? Or
It just,
will it still
listen,
happen?
it just depends. You know, Nick Rekieta, awesome YouTuber, he was talking about, I think he has 5 kids, and he was talking about, you know, him and his wife, you know, they'll like pull over and go into a gas station bathroom to have sex. I mean, they're just hot and heavy.
That is
right?
unheard of.
That's
Jesus
crazy, right? So
Okay.
there are people that are on the extremes.
That sounds like some something about Mary shit. Just pulling over
Yeah,
to
right?
the fucking side of the restroom.
I mean, that would be, I mean.
Maury says because now she has leverage legally. But she had leverage after the first kid. So is it the second kid that gives her the most child support? I don't know.
Just as a divorce attorney, I want to stand up and clap.
But let me ask you this question, because I want to be clear on this. You're basically saying that women need to prioritize their man, and that even almost more than your children. Because I think you said a quote like that, kids should not be the priority over their marriage, because after the kids leave the house, then you're going to have a neglected husband, and then there's an endless marriage.
I totally agree with that.
You agree with that?
I agree with that because I believe that you're the foundation of the family, the man and the woman, or man and man, woman, whatever. But I feel like you're the foundation of the family, and if you guys crumble, everything crumbles.
100%.
So.
Okay, so what should men do from your perspective? What can men do
Well, that's what I was saying.
to
I
make
think
sure
it-
that
I think-
doesn't happen?
Don't get married. That's the solution.
When you're saying like speak to the guys, I'm like, okay, like if you really want me to speak to the guys pre-engagement,
Oh, dude, please no. Please no. Like we know that we already know this dude has no idea what he's talking about.
marriage, you got to have so many conversations with this woman that's going to be your partner on a host of issues.
And ask her what?
That determine whether or not it's going to, last or work. But those conversations can be about kids, but it's also, do you want to have kids? Yes. What kind of parenting do you guys want to do? How often are you going to be around? How are you not going to be around? Who's going to work? Who's going to make money? Who's going to do this? And then you got to have those conversations about sex. You do have to have those conversations. You got to have conversations about financials. You're the financial guy. I'm sure.
You have to have conversations about sex. Isn't that what Hafiz said? Hafiz said, well, you should write a contract that we have sex twice a week. And what happens when she's in breach of contract? What are you going to do, sue her? What are you going to do, take her to jail for breach of contract? The point I'm getting at here is that you can have all the conversations you want. Poor man's short Peyton Manning, a.k.a. Peter Pan. But women will tell you whatever they have to get you to think that they are something they're not. Dude, listen, women are master manipulators. Women are masters of disguise. They will tell you whatever they think you want to hear so that they can assuage any sort of concerns that you may have. Just because she tells you something doesn't mean she's telling the truth. So we put up the poll. Is Peter Pan really ignorant, or is he faking it to stay out of trouble with his girl? 29% of you said he's just dumb. 32% said he is willfully ignorant. 38% says he is faking it to keep the peace. Interesting.
A lot of people are getting married when their finances aren't in order.
Of course.
And so that's going to cause a lot of issues. And so you've got...
I mean, listen. It's impossible to say that
Tell them, lead.
partners communicating with themselves between each other is a bad thing, right?
Of course.
But especially like when he said, well, let's talk about sex. How do you feel about sex?
Bingo.
Like frequency and stuff like this.
Told you. I knew that, dude. That's the first thing I picked up on.
You have to understand that the woman that you are talking to when you're 26 with no kids, you can talk all you want to this woman. She is a different woman when she's 34, 2 kids, 3 kids in, right? You talking to her, is it gonna hurt anything? Absolutely not.
Yeah, but it doesn't assure anything either.
But you better believe you cannot hold that woman to anything she says.
Nope.
Because we all know that it's a woman's prerogative to change her mind, right? So yes, tell these men, talk to your woman. There's nothing wrong with that. But do not believe for a second that you talking to her is going to get you the real answers that you're looking for, and you will be able to rely on those answers in the future.
TLA just basically said, bitches be lying. Bitches be lying. Guys, don't talk to your woman. Observe your woman. Pay the fuck attention. Pay the fuck attention. I've got an ebook out, How to Properly Vet Women. I got another ebook out, How to Train Your Woman. That was a shameless plug, but How to Properly Vet Women talks about exactly this. You don't need to sit down and have conversations with a woman you're interested in to find out, okay, so what does the future hold? Are we going to no, conversations don't mean shit. Observe her. That's the worst, dude. That is the worst advice. That is the worst advice you could have absolutely ever given.
You will not.
But wouldn't you say also that, in general, once you become a parent, both parents change. Like, you change.
You change your whole life.
You do, but you still want to fuck.
Absolutely change, which, you're exactly right. Which, again, is another reason why talking to your partner pre-kids, it's not a useless endeavor, but how much value is it really going to give you? When, like you say,
it's going to give you a lot of value because you have to talk about, okay, I live this lifestyle now.
This guy
you live
is
this
clueless.
lifestyle now.
Oh my God.
What are we going to do once we have kids? Your life changes completely.
This dude, this guy is making the egregious mistake of taking what a woman says at face value. He says it has a lot of value. No, it doesn't. He thinks it has a lot of value because he actually believes what women tell him. He takes what a woman says at face value. And as we all know, that is a useless endeavor.
To say not to have that conversation.
He didn't say not to have the conversation, Peyton Manning.
And it means nothing is insanity.
I did not say not to have it. I did not say not to have it. I said you can have it if you want to. But you cannot rely on the information that you get from that conversation because so many times the information is going to change.
So you're saying that your party, you just have no trust, no faith. You don't trust that anything they're going to say.
It's not no trust and no faith, buddy. Oh, this guy. Whew.
How women are like,
you're dating a woman. You see how women change their minds.
But that doesn't mean to not have the conversation.
No one said not have the conversation. I'm saying to have it if you want to.
So you're just saying to the guys, look, have the conversations, but things will change.
100%.
And know that things will change.
100%. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, but everyone knows that. That's not like an answer.
No, you're just saying, you're like, oh, well, you're saying that? Yes, I'm saying that. What are you saying? Have the conversation.
Yeah.
Why are
She'll
you...
be right back. Despite our warnings to pee before the show, Madison, this is another indicator.
There you go.
Of what you can communicate with the woman.
Oh my God! There it is. There it is. There it is.
All you want
there it is.
Say,
there it is.
I highly recommend you pee before the show.
I'm so
Next thing
glad
you know,
brought
there's
this
pee time in the middle of the
There it
game.
is. There it is. And it's funny. That's on a lower minuscule level. But she just demonstrated exactly what he was talking about. She just demonstrated that. Adam told me and Devin, hey, make sure you use the bathroom before we start the show because I don't want you getting up and using the bathroom during the live stream. That's what we did. We said, yeah, He had the conversation with Madison. Hey, use the bathroom. Okay, I'll use the bathroom, blah, 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 blah. But guess what? Guess what? Her ass still got up and went to the bathroom. There you go.
Exactly right.
There you go.
And what would he say? Oh, well, have the conversation. Have the conversation. You had the conversation, and look where we are.
There it is.
That's exactly right.
Right, but you're not really like, but you're basically that's not advice for the guys out there.
No, your advice is not advice. Your advice about having the conversation
You just
is
said
not
the
advice.
conversation would help. You said, yeah, have the conversation.
I said it would help. I said it's no
He did say it
value.
would help.
You're not listening. You're just up here. I said it's almost no value.
They want to
They
talk
don't
and not
listen.
listen.
So there's
I'm
no-
so glad you. This is the perfect couple.
So there's
Oh
no-
my
This is the
God.
perfect couple.
Oh my
you have
God.
A man that
So there's
doesn't
no-
listen
there's
and a
no-
woman that changes her mind. This is the perfect couple.
So there's no
Man and unicorn.
value.
A
Coming
man and a
soon.
unicorn. That is
Coming soon.
exactly right. And he's Pan, right from Peter Pan, because he has a childish inside.
Oh! TLA with the knockout blow. There it is. There it is. Casual Germ said she went to the bathroom to cry, or she went to the bathroom to text one of the dudes she's fucking. This guy is so clueless. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
There's nothing wrong with being childlike, but there's something wrong with being
No.
childish.
If you're gonna be childlike, you're in trouble when you get into divorce court.
Woo!
You need to be a man when you start entering into
Yes,
the
sir.
institution of marriage.
Yes, sir.
There can be nothing childlike when you step into that institution, because you will not be treated like a child when you go to divorce court.
Yo, TLA is dropping bars. Wow.
Right, this whole Peter Pan, I'm childlike on the inside bullshit. She's a unicorn. She's got a fucking horn sticking out of her head. It's bullshit. She's a human.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I think he knows she's a human, brother.
Well, you have a unicorn and Peter Pan up here.
Yeah, well, it's a good name for a podcast, I guess. Ross, you want to defend that?
No. I mean, it's kind of.
Dude, but that's the thing. That's the thing. TLA made the point. He really does believe that he has a unicorn. He really does believe, oh, she's hot and she's nice. I have a unicorn. No. You have a chameleon, my friend. You have a chameleon. She will snap those legs shut before the ink is dry on your marriage certificate, and you, my friend, will be fucked. Not by her. Wow.
Joking.
Basil Denson with a $2 super chat says, TLA low-key dropping golden nuggets. Yo, he is bodying this dude.
Just having some fun. Like, I don't think it's
Hey,
that
hey,
serious.
There's no fucking fun at divorce court. You come to the wrong goddamn show.
Oh, I love
You think
it.
you're about to
I
have
love
some
it.
fun.
I love it.
All right, anyway, let's just back it up for a second. Natalia,
Yes.
The lovely Natalia, who we're trying to hook up with one of Pearl's 58 brothers over here.
No.
Come on in. You have some super chats that you want to read, and then
Yes.
we'll move on to segment 2 of the show.
Yes, so I do have some super chats. Thank you all for the super chats. We appreciate it. First one we have by Greg Van der Slow. He said, Pearl, I'm dating a famous TikToker. How can I use him to build followers and then transition to taking head for trending topics?
Oh, God.
Not sure if you want to answer
Yeah, that was a troll. That was a troll.
to that.
Nope.
Then you have another one by
You gotta
Mir.
speak into the mic. Speak
Sorry, I
louder.
don't know if you guys can hear me. Why does Fresh and Fit and Rollo Tomasi hate or disagree with you, Pearl? Thought their goal was to open the eyes on everyone to show the world how it really is.
Myron Gaines and Rollo Tomasi don't disagree with Pearl.
You want to answer that?
I thought we were best friends.
Love Pearl takes the high road.
I didn't even know.
Okay.
Gotcha. You didn't know that they weren't fans of yours? I love how
She
you're
knew.
taking the high road.
She knew.
Pearl is so diplomatic.
No, okay.
Pearl, when are you running for congresswoman?
I'm a big fan of Rollo, actually. I love Rollo. I think he's great.
Okay. Why do you think he's not a fan of pearly things?
I don't know.
Okay. And Fresh and Fit?
You know, good podcast, yeah.
Running for Congress.
Very
Sitting near
good.
you.
Very, very good. Very good. She didn't take the bait. Very good. Beliza Guitars with a $20 super chat says, Donovan, been a fan of yours from afar for about a year. I really appreciate the information, and your production is something I look up to. Also, Peyton sounds way smarter when he's talking football. Very nice. Very nice. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He should stick to breaking down how to beat press cover 2 in a zone blitz stunt on third and 12.
Diplomatic Pearl. Go ahead, Nat.
Then we have another one from DL Saint. I really want to know your podcast. Remember him from the last super chat? He gave an idea as well. California California does not encourage 50-50 custody, not San Diego, and especially not LA. Check the numbers. Great show, great topics.
There it is.
TLA, wow, keep up leading
See?
from the front.
There we go. There we go.
Adam.
Thank you.
Let's
Then
go.
we
Keep
have and then we have another one that says most women, beta man, liberal people always use their own experience and exception to the rule to argue their side. The exception does not make the rule. Then we have from James Sharp. He said post-nups is the only way to legally incentivize women to stay with their marriages, but they must be properly drafted. This may vary from state to state. Prenups can be thrown out by judges.
That's right.
Last few we have $20 from Lawrence Bullock. Thank you. If one or both persons in a marriage believe happy wife, happy life, the marriage is doomed to fail.
Yes.
TLA
Thank you.
Didn't like that one.
No.
He said TLA didn't like that one. No. We don't like that, my friend.
He's like, wait, what? Prenups get thrown out?
Then we have a Black Sigma. Sigma, as a guy, I'm not looking to be loved, but to be desired by the right woman that is attracted to me, to have kids, to say what I'm looking for as a partner is if she's not in the...
Natalia is terrible at reading these super chats. Like, has anybody else figured that out? Like, she's terrible at reading these super chats. Like, there's no voice inflection, there's no there's no pause. It's like she reads it as a run-on sentence. For example, this is how Natalia would read the $20 super chat from Beliza Guitars. Don, I've been a fan of yours for about a year now. I really appreciate the information, and your production is something I always look up to. Also, Peyton sounds way smarter when he's talking football. Like, Jesus, come on now.
If she's not my bedroom partner.
Oh, God.
Last one from Zoro Loss, and then we'll read the rest in a little bit. Most men don't care about women, money, status, career. It's just a plus. You end up being masculine.
Masculinized.
Women want a man. Feminine broke man want someone like that.
Dude, she is...
Guys, do me a favor. If you're going to do a super chat, we all know that Natalia struggles with reading.
Can we do better spell words right and leave our spaces?
No, I understand. It's harder than they think.
Yeah, they're like,
it's
just
harder
read
than
it.
they
No, it's not hard at all, actually. It's actually very simple.
think.
You read it.
It's reading. That's it. That's it. You can't read. Like, come on.
I think to read?
Yes.
Look at these chats.
Because they'll have like spelling mistakes and you're going through all.
No, I know.
Look it.
He wasn't mad
understand
at
the
her. He
struggle.
was
Thank
mad
you,
at
I
Pearl.
understand the
Right.
struggle.
See?
You have no idea how much
we
time I
appreciate it.
spend teaching this young lady how to read.
Stop.
Dre the Dream says, she says inflection is misogynistic. That's pretty good. I like that.
Adam, you're making me look so bad.
I know you use big words sometimes.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't know that word.
I can spell it out for you right now just so she doesn't understand, but we won't go there.
But we
love you,
appreciate
Nat.
the
Thank
chats.
you for reading, and we
Yes.
appreciate the chats.
And I'll be
Keep
reading them
coming.
all.
We'll read some more chats throughout the episode. We
And
got about an hour left.
make sure to
Everyone's
like the
becoming
video.
best friends here. That's amazing. I do want to get back to Pearl for a second, our special guest. Again, I think that you're one of the leaders of the Red Pill community for women. In your opinion, like there's Allie, there's Rebecca. They've been on the show a bunch.
Yep.
Shout out to you girls out there. Do a reaction video to this question if you want. What do you think makes a red pill type of woman an ideal wife specifically?
Here we go.
This probably is an unpopular opinion. I don't think it really makes a difference if the girl's red pill or not.
Bingo.
Yeah, I just
There it
think
is.
There's girls that make good wives and there's girls that don't make good wives. It doesn't really matter if they're red pill or
There
not.
it is. That's
Gotcha.
right.
But what element of the red pill mindset, the red pill community,
I'd say-
helps with being
I
a
mean,
wife?
I'd
How
say
about that?
it helps to believe that like the man is the leader of the household. I'd say that helps in a relationship if you actually uphold that.
So is that
But
one
girls
of the
girls can say anything.
is
so
that
I
one of the
don't really
red pill values?
There you
like
go.
The manosphere values that the man is
Well-
the leader, the woman follows.
That's right.
know. Like men and women are different and they have different roles.
Gotcha. So is there
Well,
any?
red pill it's the study of human behavior. So,
Right.
but it's part of that is that men and women are different and they have different roles. And men have good things that they're better at, and women have things that they're better at. And so like men tend to be better at making decisions.
There you go.
So let me put you in a situation right now. You're having success. In like your podcast is blown up. You put in a lot of work. It's not like you just
Shout out to Josh Marengo. He said, I just bought 4 courses. Appreciate the support there, Josh Marengo. Says he cannot wait to dig in.
Haphazardly found 1 million fucking subscribers. Like, you've been working hard at this. If the right man comes along and he's like, Pearl, get on my program. I'm the leader. You're going to submit to me. How hard is it going to be for you to like step back and be like, all right, I'm going to be a wife. I'm going to be a mother first. And everything that I've been working on for the past 5 years, that will go on the back burner. How hard would that be for you?
I've thought about this, actually. I already have a system in place. I think in systems. I think differently.
Okay.
So recently, I signed 2 talents because I was thinking, I was like, I got to do the wife. Like, I want to
Okay, this is why Pearl is about to go next level. Listen up, fellas, because I know about this.
be a wife. I want to be a mother. I want to have a lot of kids. And I was like thinking I could have other people do like the shows. So I have 2 talents that I signed. One is Auntie Jenny. The other is King Riches. You guys should go subscribe to both of their channels. But
Auntie
they're
Jenny.
able to like do shows when I want to have more free time.
So you're saying that you want to duplicate yourself so you're not always the one responsible for doing shows.
There you go.
Okay, so but let's go further. Your husband goes, that's great. So you have employees now. So that means you have more work to do in essence because you have to now manage employees. So that's kind of a good answer, but walk me through the back end of the system when it's like now you're pregnant, now you're married, your husband is like successful guy, hypergamy, you're not going to marry no schlub.
That's right.
He's like, that's it. Like you do the show once a week. I need you to take care of the kids.
Oh, that's fine.
How would you implement that?
Oh, that's fine. That's easy.
You're willing to do that?
Oh yeah, like if
There
there's
it is.
kids, I just feel like the kids should always come first. If the business is like to a point.
Do you see how free? Do you see how free and easy? She's like, oh yeah, not a problem. Yeah, my kids come first. Big deal. She gets it. She gets it.
Where it's getting in the way of family, like kids should always be first.
So you would put your success and your individual accomplishments on the back burner for the benefit of the family or the man.
It's the family before you. I just think once you have kids, it's not about yourself anymore. It's about your kids. So yeah.
Don't forget.
And there you go. Guys, this is why I keep trying to tell y'all. Pearl is 100% going to be engaged by the end of next year. You watch, man.
Your man.
Please don't forget your man.
CLA was like, wait a second.
We're about to get red pill you, Pearl.
Well, I mean, but what's best for the kids if you get along with your man?
True.
Okay.
See? Just common sense.
How would you?
Man, happy life. That's exactly right.
So what is the saying for like what's the male equivalent of a happy wife, happy life? Like
There is none. That's the gag.
There is none.
Thank you.
Happy man, you better have a plan, bitch. I don't know.
What is it like? Be
I think what they
Fill
mean
his
by
belly
happy
up.
wife, happy life is they're saying that you should put the effort into the relationship, put the effort into the woman, and she's going to be happy.
Yeah, and that's exactly wrong. That's exactly wrong. No, nope, no. What happy wife, happy life means is to try to please your wife at all costs, including at your own expense, so that she's happy. And so you have a happy life. That's bullshit.
And because if a woman's
That's exactly
unhappy,
right.
it's gonna. You don't think that you shouldn't put effort into a woman?
No, I'm saying that I think you're.
Oh.
No, I'm saying that what you're saying about what they think about the happy wife, happy life thing, you put effort into the woman and she's going to be happy. I think you're exactly right that that's what they think. I can tell you that so often that is not the case.
That is absolutely not the case.
A man can break his back.
Damn right.
Trying to make a woman happy.
And it's never
if
enough.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know, the only way that I think that this saying is correct, you know, happy wife, happy life, is if you don't take the stance that you're talking about a man pouring into the wife and the wife becomes happy. But it is absolutely true, happy wife, happy life, if the woman herself is a happy, human being.
That's true. You
Agreed.
have to be happy with yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The way that
a woman
you
has
said
to
it-
make herself happy first.
Exactly.
Well, I feel like that is a thing that any relationship should be.
No, but this is
you should be happy with yourself before you try to make someone else happy.
But this is the opposite of what she's saying. She's saying, a man should pour into the wife to make the wife happy.
No.
That is
No, I'm
absolutely
saying the man
wrong.
should put effort into the relationship. He should put effort into the woman because there's a lot
No.
of men that also get so caught up with work that they forget about the woman at home, or they even become moms and they just are like, oh, I just see you as a mom. I don't see you as my wife anymore.
Who the hell does that?
And it's like, well,
Almost no man. It's like men are trying to get it in. That's usually that's very few men. But it's telling that you're saying that the man should pour into the relationship.
What about
put
the
effort
woman?
into the relationship and make the wife happy. But
What
you
about-
never hear the other side.
Bingo!
I think a woman should do the same.
That's
Now,
exactly
would
right.
you do
but
me
we
a
never
favor?
hear
We
it.
never hear
That's
it.
the thing.
Happy man or happy husband and then happy. And I'd like to see what phrases are out there.
Well, I think a lot.
Beliza Guitars with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Says, happy wife, miserable man, happy man, functional relationship, the great Patrice O'Neill. Absolutely.
We all
of it-
familiar with happy wife,
Yeah.
happy life.
The one that I'm.
What is it, happy man?
The one
hap-
I'm thinking of is like it's like Phyllis, Tommy, and
Someone
Pierce.
said happy spouse, happy house.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily help
Pretty
the
I
man.
think the thing is that a
What were
woman
you
will
gonna
give
say?
you back what you're giving.
That is
That is false.
Wrong.
That is
so
wrong.
wrong. Men
No.
give so much, and a woman can change her mind in a heartbeat. A woman can just, for some unknown
Dude.
reason,
Do
she
you
just
think a
wakes
man
up.
can change his mind too?
He can, but he doesn't. Like what she's being disingenuous about, it's not men who are ending relationships. Men are not ending relationships, sweet cheeks. It's the women. Did you not just hear the divorce statistics?
But I think it can go
but let me
back
tell you
both
something.
ways.
No, it does not in reality take place equally both ways.
Nope.
Men, like this gentleman right here, I can assure you that this gentleman right here has a strong sense of obligation, strong sense of duty, strong sense of responsibility.
There you go.
For the relationship, for the marriage, what I see in women is that they do not have that same level of commitment to the relationship.
There it is.
They certainly have it in relation to their children.
Woo!
But not into the marriage.
Oh!
Right? Whereas a man will have such a high level of duty and obligation and responsibility.
Which is why he's at work all the time, by the way.
To the marriage, to the woman. And so it's almost never going to be the case that the husband and the wife have the same level of obligation and duty and sense of relationship to the actual marriage when the kids come along.
Woo!
Okay.
I think it's really hard because being a mom of two and working, taking care of the kids full time, because my ex, he traveled a ton for work. And
My ex, he traveled a ton for work. Translation, I was fucking other dudes when he traveled. That's it. A woman who looks like this, who has an ex-husband who traveled a lot, of course she cheated.
And it's like, you're just done. You're toast. You're tired. And kids are hanging on you all day, 24/7. And
Sweetheart, that's motherhood. That's motherhood. And this is why relationships should follow very and closely aligned with traditional gender roles. The man works, the woman takes care of the house. The man works, the woman takes care of the house. The woman doesn't work full time when she has kids. Because women are amazing, but they're not super people. You can't work full time and be a good mom.
And then the guy comes home and they want happy time. And it's like, I'm exhausted. I've had kids hanging out. Like,
There it is.
That's the tough part, which
I
is why I
agree.
always give people advice.
So I have a question. So I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but Adam keeps saying like there's a lot of men listening to the show.
Yeah.
So like, what advice do you have for them if you're saying that that's what is going to happen once they?
Oh. Are you guys hearing what's happening? Are you guys hearing what's happening? It sounds like Peter Pan. Has started to perk up. This is his asking for a friend question. That's what this is. This is his asking for a friend question. Peter Pan is now very, very interested very interested in what advice TLA would give for men, say in, I don't know, his position.
Get married and have kids. That's what's going to happen with their wife.
This is the advice. Please listen. You have to know the reality.
Yes.
Once you know the reality, then
you can make a choice.
Steps. You can make an informed decision as to if you want to get into this reality. So many men don't know the reality. So many men are like, yo, you're a beautiful couple, and you say things, and it's just not reality. But if you knew what the reality was, then you can make an informed decision as to if you want to enter the institution of marriage, if you want to have one kid, if you want to have 2 kids. What men need to know is the reality. They need to be able to make an informed decision. They need to talk with experts in the field, like divorce attorneys, who've seen this over and over, and get a real picture, not this unicorn stuff. Let me finish. Get a real idea of what's going on, and then they can decide, do I want to get married? Do I want to have kids, knowing the risk? And
okay, I stand corrected. This is not an asking for a friend question. This was him challenging the lead attorney. Him asking the lead attorney this question was just like Brittany Renner asking, well, what am I supposed to do now? What, am I just supposed to throw a pity party? Okay, I'm a hoe, I wrote books, blah, 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 blah. So now what? And I said, Brittany, there's nothing you can do, sweetie. Like, you fucked it up, like you blew your lottery winnings. Brittany didn't really want to know the answer. What she really wanted to say is, if you don't have a solution as to my plight, then shut the fuck up. That's what that was. So now what this guy is asking is, well, okay, if you say this is inevitably going to happen, what's your advice? As if to imply, well, if you don't have a solution to this problem, then maybe you shouldn't point out the problem. Just watch.
If I know the risk and I'm fine with those risks and things could turn out perfectly for me, but if they don't, I know what I'm getting into, then I will decide whether I want to have kids or not, and I'll do it. But the key is knowing the information and making an informed decision.
Rocker21, $2, says TLA should ask if he has access to her phone. That would be really good. That would be very good.
Okay, so let's say they know the information.
You clearly do not.
Gave them the information. They know it. They decide to get married. They decide to have kids. Then what's your advice for them?
Hire a lawyer.
I don't have any advice for them. They're living. They're doing it.
So you don't have any advice to where they can make, like, to have a successful marriage? You just...
I am not a marriage counselor. I want... There are people who can talk to you about the 5 love languages and all this and all that. That is not my field. I am about men protecting themselves from getting screwed over and hopefully having successful relationships, hopefully having successful children. I want that for these men, but they have to know certain things. They have to know they must get a prenup, right? If you get married in 2022 and you don't have a prenup and you've been exposed to this information, if you get screwed over, it's kind of your own fault.
It's on you.
Can I ask you a question? I get that you're not a marriage counselor, but you are an attorney, or at least you play one on YouTube.
That's exactly
Respect. So let's say I'm a successful guy, you know, I'm ready to get married. I'm wholeheartedly an advocate of getting a prenup.
That's
All
right.
Cool. There's guys out there, we're the #1 entrepreneur channel in the world. All the guys that are watching this are hustlers, trying to make money, trying to improve themselves, self-improvement, entrepreneurs, capitalism, the whole spiel. If you could kind of give like a 1, 2, 3 checklist that every man needs to know before they enter a marriage, right? Talk about protecting your ass, protecting your assets. What are like the top 3 things a man should know or do before marriage?
The top 3 things, really there's just 2.
Oh.
Well, there's 3. First, they should save up $350, $500, $700, take it down to their local attorney's office, put it on the table, and pay for 1 hour's time with the most senior divorce attorney in that office.
I love it.
And say, tell me
wow.
what I need.
Dude, this is fantastic advice. This is great advice.
To know. So many men are talking to their fucking pastors.
Oh.
They're talking to, the guy down at the YMCA.
Oh, my God.
They're talking to all.
Look at Peter Pan. Peter Pan is getting a kick out of this. Look at the body language. Peter Pan Peter Pan is like, okay, this is actually good advice. Look at Madison. Look at Madison. Does she not look a little nervous to you guys? Does she not look a little nervous to you guys, as if to maybe imply, like, the jig is up?
All these, marriage counselors. No.
Okay.
Talk to, there's no one more intimately acquainted with what's going to happen if your marriage goes bad than a divorce attorney. There's not one person on
Got it. So step one, save that money, $500, $1,000. Go speak with an attorney.
For an hour.
Save it for the rabbi and the priest and the pastor.
That's exactly
the homie's
right.
not helping.
It's
Got it.
exactly
Step
right.
one. What's step two?
And that will avoid this situation here where you don't know anything about what you're into.
You said there's
second
three.
Thing, the second thing is you have to get a prenup, right? And we can go into what will give you an excellent prenup, but you have to get a prenup. The third thing is
James Wingets with the $2 super chat says, remember, I said her feminism is showing now. I do remember. Shout out to Mac with the $10 super chat. Appreciate that very much, my friend.
That you have to get a personality test for yourself and
the personality
for
test.
your partner.
Okay.
So many men want to get married, and if I'm honest, these men are not cut out for the institution of marriage, but they don't know. So you, as a man, you can be too disagreeable. You can be too disagreeable for the the institution of marriage.
That's true.
You can be too open in terms of the types of your lifestyle, where it's not going to be congruent with marriage. There's a guy on YouTube, an excellent guy, and he said that the best relationship he ever had was with a woman who he didn't have sex with. They started out having sex. They ended up not having sex, and he dated her for a few years. Why did they stop having sex? Is it because she cut him off? No. He stopped being attracted to her. Why? Because he's the type of guy where he needs variety. And he was totally in love with this woman for the first 3 months, 6 months. After a year, when he saw her naked, nothing. He stopped having sex.
And why did he stop having sex? Why did he stop having sex? Probably because she got fat.
A man that is not fit for the institution of marriage. So many men assume that they're fit.
Can you discover
for
that
marriage.
in the personality test?
Yes, and if you
know what this reminds me of, by the way, the famous phrase, like, show me a hot chick, I'll show you a dude who's sick of banging her.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You never heard that before?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Somewhere somebody is tired of her shit. Real shit.
Variety, Baskin Robbins type dudes. But I just want to pause for a second.
Is that
It's very
Baskin
powerful
Robbins?
What you just said right there. Because, like, I don't know any of this kind of stuff.
You're
talking about a dude that is willing to, like, enter into a long-term relationship, wants to have kids, successful. He's at that point of his life. And I'm like, all right, TLA, lead attorney, teach me something. And you're like, here are the 3 things that you need to do before you get married to protect your assets. Number 1, spend $1,000 and speak to an actual legitimate attorney and get some advice. Not your pastor, not your priest, not your rabbi, not the dude down the street, not the relationship counselor. That's number 1. Number 2, prenup.
100%.
Pre-up that prenup. Like, up it up. Boom. And number 3, this is very unique, get a personality test. Make sure that your personalities mesh.
I think the number 3. Look, I agree. I agree with what TLA said, but my advice to men before they get married is to not get married. Don't get married, guys. Don't get married. The only way you can really get married is if the state is not involved. That's it. If the state is not involved, number 1. Number 2, you need to live in a state where common law marriage is not recognized.
I think this is very important advice right here. All right, how much do I owe you?
Nice.
Would you charge for your time?
No, you're good. It's on the house.
Ross, I mean, if you had that advice, is that helpful advice? Would that be stuff that maybe would have been good to know before you got married? Like,
I think
you're processing this.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad advice. I just think that
here we go.
Further on stuff. So let's say you do all of that.
Yep.
And you decide, okay, I want to get married.
Yeah, of course.
Then we were talking about, okay, personalities, talking about conversations.
See, what Peter Pan is showing us is that he's already got his mind made up. He's already got his mind made up. Okay, so what if you do all that, but then you want to get married? Like, dude, if you do all of that, you're not going to want to get married, my friend. I think what Peter Pan is looking for, he's looking for some sort of a guarantee. He's looking for some sort of assurance that he's not going to get screwed over. Fam, nothing's guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed. Dude, you could buy every course I have. Find what you think is the perfect woman, trainer, and everything is good. The shit can still go sideways. Man.
Talking about how women change after kids.
And another thing is, and I don't agree with the personality test thing either. I don't agree with that because, again, women aren't stupid. If they know that you are giving them a personality test as a way to vet them, they are going to answer in such a way that makes them look good. That's it. You don't think women know? You don't think women have the answers to the personality test? You don't think there are subreddits? You don't think that there are subreddits designed for women to go and look, okay, if your man makes you take a personality test, this is what you say to get this result. You don't think somebody's already hacked that? Come on, man.
Then he was like, okay, well, then I was like, well, then what are you telling the guys?
I want to jump in here because this is something that you hear it so often because men like this, you hear it from people who want a guaranteed result.
There we go. Thank you.
You know, you say, hey, I'm in Miami and I'm going to drive to Atlanta. What is the best way for me to go to ensure that I get there safely?
This is
number one,
good.
Don't be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol. Fine.
It doesn't matter, dude. He can give perfect instructions, but that doesn't mean you won't get into a car accident and die. That doesn't mean you won't get there. There's no guarantee you won't run off the road.
Number two, drive in the daytime, and if you need to rest, get a hotel for the night, make it a 2-day trip. Fine. Wear your seatbelt. Fine. Don't speed. Fine. Right? Drive in the slow lane. Fine. Yep. This is all the advice that I'm giving you to drive from Miami and make it to Atlanta safely. Fine. So you got all that? Yes. All right. Is that going to ensure that you don't die on the highway?
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
It's like, okay, you're giving me all this great advice, but what else do you got? That's it.
Yeah.
You got to drive.
Well, it's an odds thing. You're playing
the
odds.
Exactly right.
Yes.
The odds are if you do that, you have a better chance of it working.
Right.
Thank you.
But there's no guarantee.
Yes.
It could be a goddamn drunk driver.
There it is.
Exactly.
There you go.
Roads could be shut
There are
down.
other variables.
Say, oh, well, what else you got? Ensure that I'm not going to get screwed over. Ensure that my wife is not going to stop. You can't.
Okay.
You can't.
No, you can't guarantee
Let's
it.
stay on the prenup.
And I say this kind of stuff all the time, and I always preface it in every book or course. Hey, look, man, my advice is not guaranteed to work. Nobody's advice is guaranteed to work. My advice will, however, increase the odds of success and decrease the odds of failure. And Baker19 says there's no perfect formula. Relationships are hard. That's exactly right.
Up for a second. Pearl, if your husband was like, Pearl, I'm a successful dude, you're doing your thing, baby, I'm going to need you to sign a prenup. What kind of hesitancy would you have for that?
She'd do it.
You would sign the prenup?
Yeah, of course she would. Why not?
Pearl wants a prenup. Pearl,
she wants a prenup too. Huh?
You would want a prenup because you have success in your life?
Thank
or
you.
Because you don't want to steal a man's stuff? Give it to me from your perspective.
She's rich.
Well, I'll put it.
All right, let's just be honest. That's what it is. She's rich.
Even before like the YouTube stuff, my dad does well, so I think like at some point all of the kids are gonna get a certain amount. So I always just assumed I'd have a prenup, to be honest. But I also think even if I didn't have that, like, I don't know. I just think if someone if you get married and the only thing you have to do is sign a prenup, what's the big deal?
There you go.
So then,
if your marriage works, you won't need it.
Well, listen.
Yeah, there you go.
I feel like I have a friend of mine that very successful guy, and he wanted to get a prenup. Do you know how difficult it was for him to negotiate this prenup or even bring it up to his girl?
Wow, look at that.
He was like having night tremors thinking about this.
See?
Right? So I guess from your guys' perspective, what's the best way a man can approach that conversation? It's to be like, babe, I love you. I want this to work forever, but look at this list of stats out here. Divorce stats.
Yeah.
How should a man approach asking his wife for a prenup?
Yeah. You should approach this by not getting legally married. That's how you approach this. You get married, you don't get the state or the government involved. You get married, don't have the state or the government involved, have a private marriage. And by private marriage, we mean you can have the ceremony, like I said before, have the ceremony, have the cake and ice cream, have the father-daughter dance, have everything. Just don't sign a marriage certificate. Don't sign a marriage license. Stay out of the contract with the state. That, and do it in a state that does not recognize common law marriage. That is as close to the most ironclad prenup there is. That's it. That's the most ironclad. That is going to decrease your odds of getting fleeced by the court system and or a woman substantially. That's how that works.
You want to take this?
Yes.
Even his fiance.
Fiance,
Yeah.
correct.
No, hopefully this occurs way before the fiance part. This is how you do it. First, you go and you spend your $500 for an attorney's time so you become informed of what a prenup is. So many men, we saw this with Hafiz when he was on the show, had no idea what a prenup is, right?
Woo!
So
Wow.
you want to be informed about what a prenup is, what it can do, what it cannot do, how it can protect you, right? So now you have an idea of what it is.
Knowledge is power.
That's exactly right. You know what you want in it, right? What do you want in it? Because if I present a prenup to a woman and she's like, okay, well, what do you want in it? And you're like, well, I don't know. Of course she's going to be skeptical, right? If you're going to be the man, if you're going to be the head of the household, then you need to show that this decision that you're making is informed, right? So you talking with the attorney, you're going to find out what you want in the prenup.
Exactly.
Then you're going to sit your girlfriend, not fiance, I swear to God, your girlfriend. Hopefully this occurs very, very soon, way before the
marriage talk.
presentation of the ring. And you're going to say, listen, we're doing really well. We've been together for a couple of years, and things are going really nice. And it could be maybe sooner rather than later. Who knows? I'm going to propose to you because I love you, right? You love me. I love you. Our families are great. Everything's great. Now, we're going to have to. Marriage is a very important thing, and we're going to have to get a lot of things in place, right? We're going to need wills. Right, we're going to need powers of attorneys in terms of like your health care and things.
This is funny. So yeah, the lead attorney is not, brevity is not his, it's not his strong suit. Hence the long stroke attachment. But what also needs to be said is that your girlfriend is going to know what you are getting at. Trust. She's going to know what you're getting at. You're doing it in a roundabout way. She's going to know what you're getting at. Trust me.
Things like that.
Drew Doran with the $5 super chat says, I wonder if Peter Pan is rethinking his stuff right now. I'm going to tell you what. Peter Pan is listening intently. He is absolutely listening intently. He is paying the fuck attention. Please believe.
What's going to happen if you're incapacitated? What's going to happen if you die?
I got you, by the way.
We're good, right?
Ready?
Yeah.
Ready? I'm going to help you out. Save you 5 minutes of your life explaining this.
Okay.
Hey, girl, you want this ring? You have to sign this thing.
There it is. You know it. There it is. There it is. There it is. If you want this thing, if you want this ring, you got to sign this thing. That's what it is.
Oh,
I don't like that.
I love this.
Hey, here's
Don't
the
be
thing.
disagreeable right now, TLA. You have some problems.
Here's the problem. The problem is like your friend.
Yeah.
And your friend is like most men. Your friend can make a ton of money on the outside in the outside world. When he gets into the house, his level of disagreeability drops.
Woo!
If your friend was more
Wow!
disagreeable, he would say that, what you just said.
Well, at the end of the day,
most men
it comes
can't.
down to risk. Are you willing, are you willing to put your foot down and your risk your girl getting upset or even leaving you?
Hey.
But I'd rather know that now.
There you go.
Before I give you the
There
world.
you fucking go.
And if you're like, listen, babe, these are the fucking rules of the house, and if we're gonna do this and spend the rest of our lives together, this is what I stand for.
Mr. C73 says, when I listen to TLA replay, I listen at 150% playback speed. Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
I mean, I'd rather her fight with me now then after we get married and we have kids together and I see how disagreeable she could be. This is like insurance. This is preventative stuff.
Your way is great in theory, right? But I'm trying to tell.
Application here, bro. It's theory and application.
Listen, we're talking to men. We're talking to a huge swath of men.
Yeah.
And so these are the men that I'm talking to. Men who are going to have trouble. The men who would do what you say they need to do, they would do that anyway.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
Like, they don't need your advice.
That's right.
Shout out to my boss boys out
there.
That's
exactly right.
That's
right.
Anyway. Sign this, bitch.
That's exactly right. Yeah, there it is.
I don't know if you're going to say it like that, but...
Right?
I mean,
it's the men.
Hey, sign this, bitch. Ross, you're going to say that to the unicorn?
She ain't saying, no,
She's a unicorn.
Hey, bitch, go give me that pen.
Yo, this is getting a little too real.
This conversation honestly could take an hour. It could take 2 hours. And
yeah, Blackest Panther says he's verbose AF. Yeah, he is extremely verbose. Like, woo.
Some men say, oh, well, if she reacts poorly, then that's an indication that she doesn't love you or that it's not right for you. And that's not true. A lot of times, women can be insulted by you asking for a prenup. They can think that you think that the relationship is not as strong as it needs to be, or that.
Nah, bruh. Nah, TLA is wrong there. TLA is wrong there. No. It ain't got nothing to do with a woman's feelings, man. It ain't got nothing to do with a woman's feelings. And at this point, I don't give a shit whether it does or not. A woman is not saying, I mean, a woman never not signs a prenup because she's feeling some type of way that her fiance doesn't have faith in the relationship. No. They feel some type of way because if they sign the prenup, that weakens her position when and if there's a divorce. Baker 19 says they want the bag. You're goddamn right they do. You're goddamn right they do.
That you don't want to protect her. You don't love her. So you have to really explain this stuff to women. But then,
hey, you know what? If you want my protection, you know what you got to do. You got to stay dude, if you want my protection, you know what the fuck you got to do. And this is why I always say girlfriends are better than wives, guys. This is why I say this. This is why wives close their legs up, man. This is why wives get fat, bitchy, and disagreeable. Because they have the backing of the state. They now no longer have the incentive. You see, before they got married and had kids with you, they had incentive to be fit, feminine, and friendly. But once you put that ring on her finger and put a baby or two in her, now the leverage shifts to her. And if women have shown us anything, if they're not made to do something, they're not going to do it. Case in point, my woman. Devin is a woman. If she's not made to do something, she ain't gonna do it. Devin's in fantastic shape. She's in fantastic shape only because I spend the money to keep her in shape. She hates working out, guys. She really does. But the reason why I pay her personal trainer $2,400 a month is because Devin is not going to waste my money. I'm going to tell you what, I think 50% of the reason Devin works out is so she doesn't waste my money. And this was a strategy I had to use. I had to be like, look, Dev, I'm going to get you a personal trainer. I'm going to hire you a personal trainer. Why? Not because you don't know what to do in the gym, but because you know that if you waste my money, you're out the fucking door. That's it. Blackest Panther says, so TLA is saying it's okay for them to manipulate you with their feelings. I don't think he's saying that. I don't think he's saying that allow them to manipulate you with their feelings. But the reason why women balk at the suggestion of a prenup is because you're threatening the bag. The masculine motive with the $2 super chat says, is her personal trainer male or female? Oh yes, her personal trainer is 100% female. You thought you had me on that one, didn't you? Bruh? Yeah, somebody asked, he asked that gotcha question. He thought he had a nigga. No, sir. No, matter of fact, she's had 2 personal trainers, both female. I don't do that male personal trainer shit. No, sir. Fuck that. Fuck that.
And you have to allow for a period of time for them to kind of come around to it, to absorb it, to process it, right? It can't be that you ask your woman in a great way for a prenup. She says, well, I don't know about that. And you're like, oh, well, you're not the one for me, right? Because if she's a unicorn, you want to give her a lot of grace. You want to understand she's human. She might need to mull this over for a few days.
Oh, my God. I love it. The masculine motive, $2, says, just check it. All right. Touche, man. Touche. He said, I was just checking, bruh. Yeah, check it. Yo, the masculine motive, he had to, look, you guys got to, listen, you guys have to check me every once in a while. You guys have to make sure, okay, is Donovan still on his shit? You guys got to bite the gold every once in a while. I've been at this for a while, man. Y'all know how it is.
But at the end of the day, you have to have the conversation.
Are you familiar with that story with the NBA basketball player Steven Jackson, where the girl kept delaying?
That was my second video on YouTube.
The prenup.
Such a powerful video.
She's like, yeah, we'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. It got to the wedding day. He's like, she's like, they're ready to go to the altar, and he's like, listen, I'm not going to the altar until you sign this. Next thing you know, like, her pastor shows up. Like, it's like her pastor, not even their pastor.
Yeah, right.
And he's like, listen, brother, I've done the Jesus. And he's like, yeah, I don't give a shit about it, you Pastor Jenkins. Like, I'm not marrying this lady. And basically, long story short, I think he spent $500,000 on the wedding, whatever the number was, but he didn't go down the aisle.
Good.
And now he's like, is the lip to tell about it at this point.
Wow.
The point that you're saying is, this kind of goes to Ross's point, you got to communicate before, you got to communicate during, you got to communicate after. Like, you always hear, like, have you ever asked, like, couples, what's the key to marriage? What's the key
communication
to marriage? And it's like, we're best friends. We're best friends. That's my best friend. I married my best friend. But even more than that is, like, communication.
It's all
You have
about
to communicate.
communication.
Even in business, we have a theory over here that it's like, not only do you communicate, over communicate. Hey, by the way, here's what's happening today. I just want to double confirm. How many times did we talk in the last 2 days, by the way, Pearl?
4, 3.
Okay, and like, we spoke for an hour. We spoke for 20 minutes.
Yep.
You spoke when you didn't know where the hell you were living, and I like got your Airbnb.
I've been through a lot the last 4 days.
But the point is,
it's been a long
I
4
was
days.
over communicating with you, being like, here's what we're doing. Here's
Right.
what the show is. And that way you were here and we're having a wonderful show right now.
Yeah, but that's a little different, Sosnick. That's a little different. Communication is communication as advice for relationships. That's lazy advice, because everybody says, well, the key to a good relationship is communication. No, that's not the key to a good relationship. The key to a good relationship is not communication. It is an element that helps the relationship, but it is most certainly not the key.
Now, imagine if I just kind of barely communicated and I was like, hey, yeah, I'll see you then. It's like, oh, I didn't know that the show started at 4. I thought you wanted me there at 4. Like, over communication is actually a very good thing, even in marriage. And sometimes, you know how they say the truth hurts?
I don't know.
Some say, I don't know, TLA. Sometimes you got to over communicate.
No, I mean, sometimes, yes, but over communication, especially for the man, I mean, I'm not a fan. You know, if you see over communication for a man can really put the man behind the 8 ball.
There you go. Thank you. Dude, I'm 100% with TLA. I'm 100% with TLA. Street Fighter 88 says the key to a good relationship is setting boundaries. Incorrect. The key to a good relationship is enforcing them. The key to a good relationship is enforcing boundaries. Guys set, and I know I'm messing with you, Street Fighter. I'm messing with you, Street Fighter 88. But the setting boundaries doesn't mean shit if you don't enforce them. It just doesn't mean shit. I remember, this is funny. This is when Devin knew. This is when Devin her first taste of what I was really about came on the second night we talked to each other on the phone. So the first night we were talking to each other on the phone, we talked to each other for about, 45 minutes or so, right? And we're going back and forth. I'm being me, she's being her, right? And I keep hearing her, drink something, like she was having a drink. And so, and as the conversation went on, she kept getting loopier and loopier because, of course, she was getting drunk. Which is fine, but I'm not going to have a conversation with someone who is working on being incoherent. That's That's just all there is to it, right? And so I told her, I said, look, if we talk tomorrow and you're drinking, I'm hanging up the phone. I said, because I'm not going to talk to you when you're drinking. I'm not doing that. It's very frustrating. She said, okay, all right, no problem. I get on the phone with her the next day. We're talking for about 10 minutes. I hear the ice clinking around in her glass. I was like, you're drinking. She's like, oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, I'll put it away. Nope. I said, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Hung up the phone. I hung up the phone. That right there, I promise you, that was probably the first time that any man had ever set a boundary and then enforced it when she crossed it. So setting boundaries is important. What's more important is enforcing them. That let her know right from the jump, oh, this is a different dude. Now, over-communication for guys is definitely a problem. Because when you talk, this is the thing. A lot of guys just want to talk. They're always checking in with their girlfriend. Hey, I just want to check in with you. I just want to make sure things are good. I feel like we do this. I feel like, no. No, it ain't, dude. No. That is not even close to true. That is not attractive to women. I remember I was watching a show, Blind Date. You guys might not have heard of it, but it's a reality show. It's a girl and a guy. They get set up on a blind date, and love can blossom. There was this one guy who did nothing but talk throughout the date. He just talked throughout the date. The typical Starbucks hipster upspeak guy, just talk. And at the end of the date, he was talking. He's like, I feel like the key to a good relationship is communication. And the girl said, judging by this date, I don't think so. That's when it hit him. All of a sudden, he shut up. He looked embarrassed. He looked ashamed. He was like, holy fucking shit. I just ran my mouth. I just ran my mouth throughout this entire date and had no idea that I was turning her off. Communication and conversations are an element of success. You have to communicate with your woman. You have to talk to your woman. But over communicating and just talking and checking and talking about your relationship all the time, that is a turn off. That is, dude, I'm telling you right now, that is a turn off. Girls hate that shit. You want to know why? Because that's what girls do. The key to good relationships for girls is communication. Drew Fraz says, Peter is like a guy, looks at me crazy when I say girls stalk on Instagram if they like you. Yep, so you're a like by chance, bruh. Willful ignorance. Yeah, very, very true. Blackest Panther with a $5 super chat says, I think enforcing boundaries can be summed up to one word: frame. Frame is the backbone of a successful long-term relationship. What do you think? That's exactly right. When you enforce boundaries, gentlemen, you must hold frame. You got to hold frame. You have to hold frame, because if you break frame, you're done. Good super chat. Yeah, Street Fighter 88 says, I never have serious conversations when people are drinking. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I don't have serious conversations when I'm drinking.
Man
You're saying if a man is over communicating?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, give me an example.
If a man is talking about his deepest fears, his insecurities.
Here we go.
No. I didn't say
No, you said over communicate. That is over communication.
I wouldn't even say that's communication. That is like revealing too much.
Okay.
That's
when you
different than
reveal something,
communicating.
that's communication.
No, you're conflating two things. The straw
Let's
man
look up
argument
the word
right here.
communication. I mean, it's like you're
Disgusting.
talking, right? It's like, that's right.
I'm not talking about crying on your girl's shoulder and telling
That's
her how hard you're dating. No,
communication.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, that's not what you're saying, but that's
I love how TLA knows what he's talking about. He's razzing him a little bit.
communication.
Hey, I'm picking you up at 8.
Over communication.
Cool? Hey, by the way, wear something nice. I'm picking you up at 8.
Okay.
Cool. By the way, baby, now it's the day of. Hey, by the way, date's at 8. Don't worry, I won't be running late. I'm communicating.
Okay, so Adam is talking about communication in terms of maybe logistical elements of a relationship. Okay, I get it.
With you. I'm not saying I've had such a hard day. I don't know.
I'm fine with communication, but you're talking about over communication. And
I'm just
whenever
saying,
you're saying over communication, listen.
Yeah.
But over communication.
That's what Sosnick said. He said over communication. Over communication is good when over-communication is good when you are talking logistics. You can never communicate enough when there's travel and arrangements and all that involved. Trust me.
Are you getting
The
triggered right
reason
now?
that
Are you
it's
getting triggered
over
right now,
is
bro?
that it's over, right?
Okay.
So whenever you go over,
Adam Sosnick just said, I'm getting triggered, bro.
whenever you're in excess, you start running into problems. That's all I'm saying. But communication is great. But for example, you communicated today about the restroom breaks, right? Right? So then, like, I mean, come on.
He actually over-communicated.
I over-communicated.
Exactly.
Hey, by the way, everybody, it's a 2-hour podcast. Use the restroom.
I'm sorry.
Hey, by the way, Pearl, everybody, restroom break. We're not having them.
Adam, see,
That was
that's why
over-communicated.
I'm calling this shit out, because everybody wants to elevate this whole communication thing. And I see as a divorce attorney, no.
You know,
like, it's
you know what's
not the
funny?
key.
You know what's funny? What time did you tell me to get here?
Oh, boy.
3:30.
What time did I get here?
3:45.
Yeah.
Listen.
There you
Imagine
go.
if I didn't over-communicate that she needed to be here at 3:30. I was like, hey, show starts at 4. Pearl will be sauntering in at 4:20.
Yeah, so
not
Over-communicate,
women.
boys. There it is right there.
Over-communicate. I understand what they're both talking about. When what Sosnick is talking about is over-communicating when there's logistics involved, right? What TLA is talking about is over-communicating as just a way to talk. Because a man who just talks all the time, I mean, it's weird, but it is a turnoff. It is a turnoff for women. It really, really is. Yeah, talking too much. Oh, Lyra Signal 94 back in the house after a while. Talking too much as a man is feminine as fuck. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Helped out a lot.
Okay, guys.
Well, see, and Blackest Panthers is not going to lie. Adam talks too much. You know what? I talk too much, so I decided to get paid for it. That's why.
A couple more things before we wrap up here. We got about 15, 20 minutes left. We'll be reading your chats at the end, but I do want to react to a couple clips right there, okay?
Oh.
So, real quick, by the way, before we get to the clips, what are your guys' thoughts? Like, so here's my opinion. The only way that I would ever get married ahead of time, communicating, is if we were going to have kids.
Yes.
Me personally, there's no chance I'm getting married and then rolling the dice whether we're having kids or not. If I'm not having kids with you, I'll just I'm not going to marry you. I'll just keep living the Playboy bachelor life in South Beach. The reason that I'm going to marry you is because we've conveyed already ahead of time, I've over-communicated that I'm interested in having a family. I'm interested in having a different phase of my life. Like I recently ran into a couple. They're like, yeah, we've been together 20 years. We don't have kids. We don't want kids. All we want to do is travel the world together.
Two of Devin's best friends who live in Greensboro, they're a Dinks family. They're a Dinks couple. Dinks means double income, no kids. Dinks. D-I-N-K-S. There are subreddits and all that good stuff for. Right. They communicated that they said, listen, we don't want kids, so they don't want kids.
I said, that's cool. I go, the one difference between you and most couples is that you're just constantly traveling the world together. To me, there's nothing more boring than me and my girl just sitting there for the next 50 fucking years of our life if you're not traveling.
Yes.
That's my opinion.
I agree.
So you guys have kids. You have kids. You plan on having kids. You have kids?
No.
That you know about. I know about you, Playboy.
Oh, whoa.
Would you
Watch that,
ever
Sosnick.
get married and just not have kids? Pearl, you want to take this? Marriage, no kids. Does that interest you at all?
Well, I was thinking if I was infertile, I'd probably want to still get married, but like it wouldn't be my first choice.
We could still adopt.
Oh, yeah, okay then. No,
Yeah, her father adopted a bunch of kids.
I'd always want kids for marriage.
You would always want kids.
Yeah, I mean, I've always wanted kids. So.
Okay. Would you ever get married and not have kids?
Absolutely.
You would.
Absolutely.
Oh man, you're
Let
coming
me
right
tell
in my
you
bullseye
guys,
right
listen,
here,
let
TLA.
me listen, this is another thing. I see this.
Again, when we say get married, you don't get the state involved. Shout out to The Masculine Motive. Welcome to Chat Privileges at The Masculine Motive to welcome him to the TSR family. The Masculine Motive, if you would put your age and location in the chat. Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Stuff differently than you guys, man. You're like, oh, well, I wouldn't get married unless I had kids, and let me tell you something.
TLA is just a dude who just doesn't want kids. I don't. I've never wanted children. It's never ever something I have thought about, ever.
And this, I don't even like saying this because but men, as it stands right now in general, cannot have kids. you can't have them. Like, you can have them biologically, but you can't have them in the sense that you're thinking of. Like, if you have a car, then you have a car. It's not like someone can just snap their fingers and legally take it away from you.
There
right?
it
You're
is.
not going to get visitation of something that you have, something that you own. But when you have children, when a man has children, and you just read the stat about 90% of the time, men get their children taken away. What extent did the man ever have the children in the first place? The children were allowed to live with the man by the woman. So who really has the kids?
Woo!
The woman has the kids.
Dude, so it sounds to me like what TLA did for a living, practicing law for 20 years, it sounds to me that that's the reason why he made this decision. He saw people's kids get taken away just at the snap of a finger and decided, nope, not having kids. No, sir. Oh, 28 in North Carolina, soon to be abroad. Where about in North Carolina, Masculine Motive? Because I had lived in North Carolina on and off for about 20 years.
Like, you participated in the making of the kids, but are they your kids? You know, you look at a man who lived with his 3 kids until maybe the oldest one was age 12. The woman snapped her fingers, took him to court, got primary physical custody of the kids, and now he has visitation with his own kids. Woo! Have you ever owned something that was yours that you had visitation of?
Nope.
Are these your kids if you have visitation?
So let me ask you.
It is straight crickets on that set.
Good question. Wait, no, I hear what you're saying.
So would you get married knowing that you can't have kids?
But this also this kind of reminds, like, I'm in the life insurance business. Okay, I have a massive insurance thing, and we say, hey, look, you know, you're gonna live your life, but just in case shit goes wrong, you should probably have some life insurance or health insurance or disability insurance. But there's, more often than not, you're gonna live. Okay, but hey, these are the rules of the road.
Hey, the Masculine Motive, Raleigh specifically, born and raised. I used to live in Raleigh. Shout out Capitol Boulevard.
That's my question to you is, have you seen so much shit in the courtroom that has jaded your reality that you're like, yo, don't do it. You're going to get screwed. You're just thinking insurance first rather than maybe the benefits of having a wife and having kids.
Yeah, good question, Adam. Good question. I'll answer for TLA. The answer is yes. The answer is absolutely. The family court system has jaded him, but it hasn't jaded his reality. It's jaded him to reality. Like, there is no separate realities. There's only one reality. So, yeah, I mean, is TLA jaded? You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right he's jaded. And that is going to protect him. That's how this works. That's how this works. And so Adam is now saying, hey, are we going to waive? I mean, honestly, it's risk versus reward. So now Adam is talking about, hey, are we ever going to, talk about the benefits? Listen, we all know the benefits of having kids. Tax advantages or otherwise. Fulfillment and all that other good stuff. But this is why men are walking away from marriage and children, because the risks far outweigh the rewards. Like, it's not even close. 90% of custody is granted to the mother. That's not a risk I'm willing to take. 70% of divorces are filed by women. 70% of divorces are filed by women. And they get full custody 90% of the time. You want to take those chances? You like those odds? No. Hell no.
Oh, hell no. Because he's divorced, he loves his kids. She's divorced, she has her kids. She's got kids over here. Like, I guess my question is,
these are exceptions to the rule, Adam.
How much of what you've seen, because you've seen some shit, it's like almost a guy that's gone to war. He's like, you don't know what I've seen out there. And he's jaded. So, like, how much of what you've seen is, like, negatively affecting, like, your outlook on life, marriage, kids, and all that? It's a fair question.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I am the most pro-marriage person in the whole red pill community. I know it doesn't seem like
oh wow,
buddy, that's like saying I'm the tallest midget. Look how tall I am. That doesn't mean shit.
That's a good
like
one.
people would say to me, Adam over here, Adam is like the best Jewish athlete I know. The best Jewish athlete. I'm like, yeah, thanks, bro. I'm not like the best athlete of the Jews.
Fair point.
Okay,
Fair point.
so you're the most pro-marriage in the most anti-marriage community.
There you
out
go.
there.
But
That's
the
it.
fact that I could even call myself pro-marriage, I would listen. I'm pro-marriage. I'm also pro-divorce, right? I'm pro what can make you happy once you have the information that you need to make.
I think what TLA means to say, instead of saying I'm pro-marriage, I think what he meant to say is what Pearl said, and this is what Kevin Samuel said, and this is what I say. Men and women are better together. We're better together, guys. We're better together. Yeah, Adam did get him on that one. I'm the tallest midget. I know. That was funny. That was funny.
An informed decision. My answer to your question would be no.
Yes, Roderick says yes. Yes. My buddy Josh used to tell me that. My buddy Josh, Eric, and Johnny. Oh, those are my best friends. They all say that I sound like Seth Rogen when I laugh sometimes.
That I'm not jaded, but what I am is informed.
There it is.
Right? What I
there
am
it is.
Informed. And so to the
that's a good. You know what? Now that's a very good answer. He's not jaded. He's just informed. And based on the information that he's accumulated, he has decided that the risks outweigh the rewards. There you go. I like that. That's a good one. So when people call it, Donovan, you sound jaded. I'm not jaded. I am informed. And with the information I have accumulated over the years, I have decided that the risks outweigh the benefits. So I choose not to. Good job.
Uninformed, I'm going to sound jaded because they're going to be like, why the hell does he think this way?
Right.
50% of men get their kids. Of course men can have kids.
Uh-oh.
I mean, we're not necessarily uninformed because we lived it. We went through it.
Listen,
we're
can
both
How does our
divorced.
experience just not count?
Yeah.
It does count.
Because
It does count.
It does count, but you guys still don't know. Like they still don't. What happened with these two? They don't realize, dude. He doesn't realize that they're the exception to the rule. He doesn't realize that he doesn't realize that she knows what's really going on. And you see how he's looking at her for permission to answer?
But when you say things like, well, happy wife, happy life, I can hear it, guys. Like, you're not going to be able to hear it, of course. But I can hear what you're talking about when you say, well, of course men get their kids half the time. It's not true.
No, not even
it's
close.
Not true.
Okay,
right?
but going back to the question, so you would get married, but you'd not have kids. And he's saying he wouldn't get married unless he did.
Yeah, I would say
That's just two different people. What are you doing?
That would be something I would discuss, and I would over-communicate ahead of time.
That's the thing. My way, I think, is more reasonable because, I mean, it just depends on what you.
But what's your way?
I would certainly get married with no kids because how can you, when you say that you would get married to have kids, what is your envisioning of those kids? Are you envisioning yourself living with those kids into 18, or you envision yourself leaving the house and visiting with those kids at age 7 until 18 and paying child support?
Yeah, I don't think anybody envisions separate housing. I actually want to play you.
And that's exactly why. This is exactly why men go down the aisle, because they don't think of what can happen. They think of the rewards, but never the risks. Philip Smith with the $20 super chat, appreciate that very much, my friend, says experience and knowledge are different. Yes, they are, but they both help. Appreciate the super chat, Philip Smith. Thank you very much.
Your clips, see that. But real quick, knowing what you guys know now, you have 2 kids, you have 2 kids, you have a blended family situation. Like, how much better does kids make your life? Would you ever do it all over again and not have kids? It's a loaded question because obviously you love your kids. Right. But, like, to what extent?
Ooh, the masculine motive says over-communicating equals I know she's not listening, but I don't know what else to do. Wow, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Or you're like, dude, that's the whole reason that I got married. Do you understand my question?
No, not my reason to get married was not to have kids. My reason to get married was because I love the person. I want to be a partner with the person.
Stop
and I saw my future with the person.
Yeah, but that's fleeting because your future wasn't with that person. Now you're with Ross
now
over
with
here.
Ross, yeah,
so,
unfortunately. But it's because I think
they're not.
This woman just said, I am with Ross, unfortunately. I know this is a Freudian slip, but...
and I saw my future with the person.
Yeah, but
that right there, all this right here, let's go back. Gentlemen, this is the very definition of virtue signaling. This is the very definition of virtue signaling. Watch.
My reason to get married was not to have kids. My reason to get married was because I love the person. I want to be a partner with the person.
I got married for the right reason. I loved them. Get
out of here.
And I saw my future with the person.
Yeah, but that's fleeting because your future wasn't with that person. Now you're with Ross
now
over
with
here.
Ross, yeah,
So,
unfortunately.
but I'm saying kids are forever.
It's because I think
Now I'm with Ross. Yeah, unfortunately. She just said, unfortunately. Ooh.
They're not. That's the thing.
What?
Kids are not forever. Kids die all the time. I don't want to.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I have been in so many situations where you guys are like, what kids die? They die all the time, right?
That's not the reason.
Listen. You kind of slighted her saying, oh, well, that didn't happen. Like, you got married because you envisioned spending your whole life with this person and it didn't happen, right?
Yeah.
So you're like slighting her for that, but your stuff is the same way. You're like, oh, I wouldn't get married unless I had kids. Kids are fleeting. You're like, kids are forever, and they're not. So many men have their kids turned against them. So many 12-year-old boys and 13-year-old boys and 14-year-old boys they hate their father for what the mother told them lies about their father. You're like, kids are forever. They're not. They're not.
That's fine. That's fair. And if I saw what you saw, I would be
He said kids die all the time. Goddamn, TLA, lighten up. Shit. Wow.
I'm not jaded.
But I also know,
reality.
I also know plenty of kids that have great relationships with their father. But you're not telling those stories. You're telling the horror stories.
Oh, no. Sosnick, here we go. Now, Sosnick is like, I know. Listen. I understand where Sosnick is coming from. But again, pointing out the exception doesn't make the rule. And it's funny. If you look at the expressions on everyone's face here, look at the expression on Peter Pan's face. He's like, yeah, he got you. Right? Yeah, he got you. Look at the expression on Madison's face. Madison's face is like, dude, I got some damage control to do when I get home. Philip with the $20 super chat, appreciate that very much, says, I suspect her husband left her. I guess, I hope, I don't know, there's only a few minutes left. I hope he asks her who.
No, I'm telling you, listen.
He's divorced. He's got great.
Are you telling him not to have kids?
But
no, I'm correcting
he's saying
him.
that you shouldn't get married because you just want to have kids. You should get married for other reasons.
How is it that she sees it and you guys don't?
I'm saying it's both. I'm saying it's both.
When you told
I'm not
her,
saying, hey, random lady, I'm just going to knock you up and so I can have kids. I'm saying, I love you. We love each other.
Well,
Let's just to be clear,
Adam, wait,
if we
Adam.
are going to do this, the intention is because I want to have a family.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's not just ending here.
Adam, I'm just showing.
The chapter continues.
I'm showing you the fact that it's contradictory to slight her for saying that she got married and thinking that it was going to last forever. I'm showing that your statement about relationships are fleeting, but kids are forever. I'm trying to explain to you that that's not the case.
There you go.
Kids are fleeting too. That's all I'm saying. I'm just correcting that statement. What's that?
Why are kids fleeting?
Kids are fleeting for a number of reasons.
Yeah, he just told Sosnick. Because your kids can be taken away from you. Right? Like, all a woman has to do is snap her fingers and voila. That's it.
The reasons.
Well, they die. They get turned against you.
Oh, stop
they get taken away. What do you...
Kids get turned against their parents
all the time.
I get that.
There is
but
a
like
thing
dead kids, we're going to dead kids all of a sudden.
The dead kids. Look it up. That maybe.
Okay, now I understand where Sosnick is coming from there. I understand that. Like, look, I get it. Like, TLA said kids die all the time. Oh my God, man! Oh man! I'm gonna tell you what, man. Yo, TLA did not come to play. He came to play. He's like, I'm keeping it all the way real. Kids die all the time. God damn it! Don't get it twisted. But I understand where Sosnick is coming from. I understand. Paul Williams, $5 super chat says, I've been with a girl 5 years. Who is a virgin. Fit, feminine, and friendly. They exist, boys. They're just rare. Look outside the big cities. Yeah, Paul, that's bad advice. My friend. That's bad advice. That's bad advice. And listen, I appreciate the support. I appreciate the support, but and I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. But I teach men to deal with the women they will encounter 99% of the time. I deal with, this is what I teach. I don't teach men to hold out. I don't teach men, where to search far and wide for the fabled virgin who doesn't know she's hot, who's fit, feminine, and friendly. And listen, I'm glad that I'm glad that you found her, man, because what you have is few and far between. Trust me. But to say they exist, you just have to look outside the big cities, dude. There are hoes everywhere. There are hoes everywhere, man. And outside the big cities, they have internet too. They have internet too. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm not the guy who's going to advocate looking for the kind of woman that's damn near impossible to find. That's just not what I do.
It's a small percentage. I would guess.
Absolutely. But I'm willing to guess it's a very small percentage.
But I would say what he's saying.
Still having kids.
What he's saying about being turned against the dad, that's common.
I'm not denying that.
So they're fleeting.
And like,
Okay.
I know so many parents where
Are
it's
you
like,
saying that? Wait.
Still your kid, though.
Are you? Oh my God. Are you
kids
saying
are
that your
forever.
13-year-old that
No,
would
they're
slit
not.
your own throat for the lies that the mother told your kid? That's not a fleeting kid. If you're saying
That's a
oh,
fleeting
that's my
kid.
then fine,
But
fine.
let's not act like that is
Yeah.
common practice, that kids are dying and
So
they want to kill
many-
you when you're
No,
sleeping.
I agree.
No.
I agree.
But kids
Parents
being
can
turned
be
against
very,
each
they
other
can be
is
very-
absolute.
I agree with him that
Thank
parents
you.
can be very manipulative,
Oh, gee, I wonder why.
especially in the divorce process. You can have a man or a woman who's very bitter, and they
Yeah, but the man or the woman who's very bitter, she keeps saying man or woman. No, bitch. It's the women. The man can get bitter all he wants to. The courts are still going to award custody to the children 90% of the time. Fuck out of here.
could portray, really manipulate the children against the other parent.
She's
I
exactly
completely
right.
agree.
You're talking
I'm
to
not
men,
denying
and men
that.
need to know
but
this.
his whole point is that the women have the power in this situation, so it's not your kids because the women have the power.
There's also men that do it too.
Oh,
Wait.
whoa. Also men that do it too? Okay, you're right about that. Show me these men. Where are these men? Where are these men?
Again, when women get it,
like I have a friend that's divorced.
Here we go. I have a friend. Men do it too. I have a friend. Bitch, it's the exception to the rule. It's the exception to the rule. Even if she's telling the truth, the exception does not make the rule.
And the husband is literally abusive.
Oh, here
where
we
he
go.
got upset
Here we
with her, so he cut the child's bangs really short.
Oh,
just to get back at him.
boo fucking who? Boo fucking who? He cut the child's. Oh, bitch, please.
It's and that's
Bang,
what
bang.
it's men can be horrible.
No, and
Here,
men can,
Sosnick with the off-color joke. Bang, bang.
that happens. But when women win custody 90% of the
Thank
time,
you.
then what's the bigger issue?
Thank you.
Well, I don't know what the point of this conversation is. It wasn't about Adam having kids. Like, if he wants to have kids, like,
Kids or not?
No,
So you're saying, TLA, just to put a button on this, and we're going to play a clip now if you want to tee that up. You're saying, don't have kids, bro, because they may die one day.
No. He was saying if you want to have kids, you have to be informed.
Don't listen. Let me just make this very clear.
Fuck.
I'm not
I think Adam's being funny. When he asked that, he's just being funny. Like, don't have kids because they're going to die. He's just being funny.
saying don't do anything.
Yeah.
If you want to have kids, have them. If you want to get married, no problem. Just be informed.
There it is.
That's
I
all I'm
appreciate
saying.
I think you should be
The more you know.
informed with what you're saying, but I think people should also know a lot of like tips and tricks of like how to have a healthy relationship.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, translation. Turn a blind eye to experience and information. Do you see this? Now she's trying to save her own relationship. Now she's trying. You can be informed. But you need tips and tricks on how to have a healthy relationship. Really? For real? Oh, really? And who's going to teach these tips and tricks? You, a divorced single mom of two, who is clearly finessing and probably going to fleece this clueless bastard who has no idea? Fuck out of here, man. Paul Williams, $2 super chat says completely agree. Appreciate that. Elvis 305 $2 super chat says TLA. Niggas die every day, B. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was funny. He said kids die all the time. I was like, whoa. Even I would have been like, okay, TLA, I agree with you, but come on, man. Let's I mean, look, I'm all for keeping it real. Let's come on.
That they can go to Dr.
I think that's
Phil.
even like more important
No,
than
it's
being
not.
No, it's not.
informed.
No,
there's
it's not.
nothing more important than being informed.
That's right.
There's nothing
No.
more important than making an
Hell yes. Do you see what she just tried to do there? Do you see what she just tried to do there? She tried to run the cover two. She tried to run the cover two. You know, when they roll the safety over the top to give the weak side defensive back a little bit of help above the strong safety. She's trying to play that cover two. She knows what TLA is saying is the truth. She knows this. She has custody of her kids. She has full custody of her kids. She knows exactly what TLA is talking about. But then she tried to come in and say, she tried to roll that safety around and say, yeah, but I agree, but you also need tips and tricks on how to have a healthy relationship. Translation. Listen to me. Happy wife, happy life. Fuck out of here. Hell no. I'm with TLA on that.
informed decision.
Fully agree. Let's play this clip right here.
Yeah.
Here's a clip that I want.
Yes. Yes. The Level Up Man says, healthy relationship translation. It's easy for me to cheat. That's Womanese 101, boys.
I want to get your guys' feedback on if you're talking about
Saj,
being in a kid's life.
Are you informed, though, that
I
if you
feel
have,
very
if
informed.
you have kids, they could slit your throat and they could die?
Yeah.
Are you
Well,
informed?
now I know.
Okay.
This whole time I was worried about the crazy bitch that I'm banging slitting my throat. Turns out I knock her up. 12 years later, kid slitting my throat.
That's exactly
Fast
right.
forward this episode 15 years from now. Adam Sozik from the Sozcast found dead. His son killed him in his sleep. And then he killed himself. He's dead now. That's just this thing just got real dark. Anyway. Play this clip over here. You recently had a good friend, Andrew Tate, on the show, on your show recently. It was a great
Blackest Panther, $20 super chat, says, I have this theory that women make up the rubbish they say as they go. Absolutely. They always have a friend that did exactly what is being talked about. They always know someone who did whatever supports their argument. So predictable. Oh, wow. I like that a lot. That's called the I know. Every bitch uses the I know someone argument. Very, very well said.
clip. He's got very strong opinions on what a man should do to have kids, especially with the crumbling Western civilization. So let's play this clip now.
Audio's on.
So what's your advice for a guy living in the West that wants to have a family?
Sure, I'll tell you what to do. Get a little bit of money, get on a plane, fly to South America, find a girlfriend, have a child, fly back to America. When she says she wants to move to America, say no. Work, go visit, be a family man when you can be a family man. Do not face the fear of divorce rate. Keep your freedom, live your good life, have your genetic progeny, and be fine without worrying about losing the house, getting destroyed financially, and paying all your money away in child support. I'm absolutely deadly serious. Go to Cambodia, have 3 kids with 3 women, and there's your children. Send them $100 a month each, work in America, and visit Cambodia 3 times a year. There's your children.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So here we have Tate.
Love it.
Very powerful.
Look at her. Oh my God. Of course that sounds terrible to her because that cuts her out of the deal. Love it.
Voice. I would say I agree with the vast majority of what Tate says. Even the stuff that seems to be triggering and chauvinistic. Right here is a very, very slippery slope. You're encouraging men to knock up women all across the world, not raise your kids, not be with your kids.
But then what's the point of having kids?
Send them $100 a month to Cambodia or something, and just not be in your kid's life. I think, if I may, this is very dangerous advice. Okay, so like, here's the way I process this. Do I want to get married and have kids one day? Yeah, that'd be great. I know all the risks, the slitting of the throat, all that kind of good stuff. Everything that comes with that. I also love fucking America. I'm not leaving America. I'm not going to Cambodia to find a wife. Like, believe me, there's enough Latina Colombian chicks in Miami. I don't got to fucking fly to Medellin. Although, shout out to my friends in Medellin. I'm staying in America. Okay, so I think this is kind of a slippery slope where it's like, hey, Western civilization. Hey, America, get the hell out of here. The system's fucked. Go find a Cambodian wife. Knock her up. Not even a wife. Just knock her up. Start having kids with Cambodian chicks or Venezuelan chicks and send your kid $100 every couple times a year. And
yeah, I think Tate. I think that was partially tongue in cheek with Andrew Tate. That was partially tongue in cheek. And when I say that, he said all that to say, do not impregnate an American woman or impregnate a woman overseas and bring her back to America. That's what he was saying. That's what he was saying. He was basically that was his message. Look, a lot of times Andrew Tate says stuff because he knows it's going to get under people's skin. This doesn't mean that he doesn't mean what he says. But let's keep it real. Let's keep it real here. If you read between the lines, what Andrew Tate is saying is don't subject yourself to the American government when it comes to children. That's what I got. He says don't impregnate an American woman and don't impregnate a woman overseas and bring her to America. That's what he said. Sheldon Ross with a $5 super chat, appreciate that very much. Says, what's funny and messed up is that my chiropractor had two good friends that were killed by their teenage sons, one by slitting his throat, the other stabbed. Damn! Oh my God. Jesus.
Next thing you know, that's your life. I don't necessarily think that is the best game plan. You talk about wanting to have men and women together and raising a family. How do you feel about
Yeah, Mike Steele says, my only issue with that is that I won't be there to instill values into my children. Exactly. Honestly, man, listen, nothing comes without risk at the end of the day, guys. Nothing comes without risk. You can put every plan, every mitigating factor in place to decrease your risk, but you're always going to have a measure of risk. Unfortunately, having children on U.S. soil is more trouble than it is worth for me. If it's not more trouble than it's worth for Adam, fine. Do what you got to do. But that's what Andrew Tate was saying. That's all he was saying.
Our friend Tate saying something like that. Would you want to get knocked up by some dude just send you a couple shekels a month every once in a while and you're raising the kids? How do you process that?
That wouldn't be my first choice.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times when you ask men questions, they're very logical thinkers. And so it's really interesting the lengths that men will go to get the outcome that they want. So I think he's saying that to avoid, the laws in the U.S. I think that's the outcome he's looking for.
Bingo! Thank you, Pearl. Thank you. There it is. There it is. Do you see how Pearl knew and understood? She caught that. All Andrew was saying was just avoid the laws in the U.S. That's what he was saying.
Of course.
Is that my first choice? No.
And why is that not your first choice?
I mean,
you want the father to be there.
I just think that it's better to have two parents in the home. I think most studies will tell you it's better to have two parents in the home.
Gotcha. So it's all right.
But that's not even having kids.
What's that?
But I was confused.
The point of having kids is to be with your kid.
Yes.
Well, apparently not.
Because I thought I've understood it he's going back and forth and he's still parenting, but he works in the U.S. That's what I understood it as.
Okay, so let's even say that
I don't know why they're reacting to this. Andrew Tate was half kidding when he said this. Come on.
I think to be specific in that clip, and I get it, it was taken out of context. It could have been an hour-long conversation about different things, but we're commenting on that clip. He specifically said, you go visit them 3 times a year and you send them money monthly.
Oh, he said 3 times.
Yeah. So I don't think that's an ideal situation.
No.
I don't think it's that controversial for you to disagree with that, by the way, Pearl.
Busy Izzy 87 says, I also disagree with staying together just for the kids. That's something Pearl has argued. Better to have an amicable split than a forced relationship. No, Busy Izzy, I disagree. Just like Pearl said, the moment you bring a child into this world, it becomes about the children. Dude, we all know there are too many studies to even name. That verify that children who are raised in a 2-parent home have far better outcomes than children who are not. That's just how it is. A 2-parent home is better than a single father home, and it's better than a single mother home. The hierarchy is 2-parent home, single father home, single mother home. Right? So, listen, agree to stay together for the kids. I don't know, if you can stand each other, sleep in the same bed, or maybe have 2 separate beds or whatever, have your little side flings here and there, and stay together for the kids. That's what I think. That's what I think. And I think a lot of people are selfish when they get divorced. They're like, well, I'm not happy. What about your fucking kids, man? I think divorce when you have children, I think that's a very selfish act. Because the kids suffer. They do. They really do. Like, dude, I'm still dealing with issues from and I have issues that I'll deal with for the rest of my life. Listen, we all know boys who are raised by single mothers end up either dead or in prison more often than not. Using myself as an example, I was primarily raised by a single mother and a very weak, non-present father. I'm a 4-time convicted felon. That doesn't mean that I didn't have control over what I did, but it would be disingenuous to say that my upbringing and my twice broken home didn't influence my behavior to some degree. So yeah, stay together for the kids, guys.
No, I said that wouldn't be my first choice.
Exactly.
Okay. 3 times a year. No, I was just thinking like my dad worked a lot and I've turned out okay, but 3 times a year, you probably need to see your dad.
And by the way, your parents have been together for how many years?
I don't know, like 30 roughly.
Okay.
Give or take 5 years.
Isn't that, I guess, in a perfect world? Mm-hmm. Like, so his thing is like, it's almost what you're saying. Know the risks, be informed, don't get caught up. The kids are going to get taken 90% of the time anyway. You're going to end up paying alimony. Risk. Which is fair enough, but isn't like the best case scenario? Like, let's go to Happy Town for a second. You get married, you have communication. Some may call it over communication these days. I don't want to get caught.
Yeah, but Sosnick, what are the odds, right? Like, my guess is that the scenario he's about to paint here is a scenario that almost never happens.
Up on semantics, you have a prenup, you communicate, you have sex with your wife, she has sex with you, you have a happy marriage, you have 2.3 kids, you live in a happy home, right? You roll tide, and you just do it together. Like, that to me seems like best possible scenario. Nuclear family, good home,
absolutely,
white picket fence. I get that we're not living like Wally and the Beaver days, but that lifestyle still exists. Mm-hmm. Let's not pretend that you can't just be happily married, have kids, and have a family. Why?
That's very true, but that doesn't happen most of the time, Adam.
Why is that so far-fetched these days? It's just because we've seen so many negative situations, and it's
no, it's because there are so many negative situations. Like, again, we can go to Happy Town if we want to. Listen, relationships and marriages could turn out to be great, but the odds are not in your favor. And men, being the logical creatures we are, a lot of men have decided, you know what? I don't like these odds. I'm staying out of it. P-Dubs, member for 23 months, said try to stay with BM. Oh, okay. Oh, he says, facts, Don. I tried to stay with her, even though I couldn't stand her for the kids. But it is what it is. Yeah, sometimes you got to take one for the kids. You got to take one for the team, man.
Go ahead. I just think we live in a culture where it's me first, my happiness first before the family.
Thank you. There you go.
That's my opinion.
Oh my God! Listen to what Pearl just said. Pearl just said exactly. She just said exactly what the masculine motive said in the chat a few minutes ago. How modern women see it. Their happiness is greater than their children's futures. Real talk. Blackest Panther with the $5 super chat says the idea of a man being at home all the time is a modern concept in the last 50 years. A man's influence is much more powerful than his presence. Thank you.
Yeah, and you know what? And is that more?
Oh, you said baby mama. Okay, my bad. Thank you. I thought you said black men. Okay, all right, I got you.
From the women or the men?
Oh, the women for sure. If we're the ones leaving.
Bingo.
Yeah, if we're the ones that leave.
I missed that. Hold on. I missed this. I missed that.
It's just because we've seen so many negative situations that it's go ahead.
I just think we live in a culture where it's me first, my happiness first before the family. Like, that's my opinion.
Yeah, and you know what? And is that more from the women or the men?
Oh, the women for sure. If we're the ones leaving.
Thank you.
Bingo.
Yeah, if we're the ones that leave 70 to 80%.
You don't agree what?
I don't agree. What?
Yeah, you cannot agree, but that's a stat. We leave 70 to 80% of the time.
Yes.
But because the woman's unhappy because of the way they're being treated.
Here we go.
I mean, it's how.
Here we go. The woman's unhappy because of the way we're being treated. No. Women leave because they get bored or they have an affair. Get the fuck out of here, man. See, this is when women lie to win an argument.
But upsetting, like, I mean, well, yeah, I can't.
Yeah, of course you can't.
What percent of it's abuse? I mean, like, because women, like, we get upset over stupid shit all the time.
Thank you.
And so if we're going to go based on
It's
how
hard
we
to
feel.
get divorced, especially for a lot of, like, stay-at-home moms.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's hard to get divorced? If it were so hard to get divorced, Madison, then women would never get divorced. You want to know why? Because women don't do what's hard. Women don't do what's hard, man. Listen, why do you think most 4-year degrees belong to women? Because getting a bachelor's degree is easy. Why do you think most post-secondary education STEM fields are dominated by men? Because that's hard. Women don't like doing what's hard. If getting a divorce was so hard, then women wouldn't do it. Period.
Moms who don't have the money to be able to pay for the divorce attorney
or
to deal and be like, okay, what am I going to do after this?
Oh,
like, if a
please.
woman is leaving, it's because they're extremely unhappy, and it's
If the woman is leaving, it's because they're extremely unhappy. What about the fucking kids? Me, I. Philip Smith, member for the last 7 months. Says this is literally the Hunger Games. May the odds be ever in your favor. You're goddamn right.
an unhealthy situation, and that either they're trying to protect themselves or their children.
Oh my God, here we go.
No, I mean,
Nope.
other girls come on the show that got divorced, and like
There might be some that not like.
Well, you can't just say
I-
generally of any
I mean,
which way, right?
Nah,
I feel
now
like
here he
it's like
goes.
a little bit. It could be.
There's a million different situations.
There's so many different
Correct.
situations, so many different
Correct.
experiences, and that's why we can't just pigeonhole it to just one.
I mean, you're right. There are different experiences.
But she just pigeonholed it to one. She says, we're getting treated badly, so I got divorced. Fuck out of here, man.
But he asked whose fault is it, and if we're leaving 70 to 80% of the times, that means we are ending the marriage. So
Yeah, and it's 90% of the time if they're college educated.
Yeah.
Did you go to college, by the way?
Yeah, I did.
Did you initiate the
know.
divorce, or did your husband?
I had to be pushed to do it.
Oh my God, I had to be pushed to do it. This fucking bitch. I knew it. I had to be pushed to do it. Women never, ever own up. Women never own up to accountability. Did you initiate the divorce? And I love how Adam set her up with the jab. To hide that left coming in over the top because she didn't see it coming. Watch.
They're college educated.
Yeah.
Did you go to college, by the way?
Yeah, I did.
The jab.
Did you initiate the divorce, or
Boom!
did your husband?
I had to be pushed to do it.
Oh.
So who initiated the divorce?
There it is.
It was a lot of talk, and
See?
I
Yeah.
called him up.
Yeah.
And
Uh-huh.
asked him again over and over each day, is this really what you want? Is this really
Oh,
what you want? He said, yes, file the papers.
Oh, dude. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. Dude, guys. What this woman just did was lie. That is not what happened. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I was forced to file for divorce. Oh, I'm sorry. So you didn't want the divorce, it was your husband? So your husband wanted the divorce, but you had to file the papers. If your husband wanted the divorce, why didn't he file the papers? Huh? If your husband wanted the divorce, why didn't he file the papers? You're calling him day after day, are you sure this is what you want? The husband would be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna file the divorce. Dude, that is bullshit. That is straight bullshit. This woman just sat here and lied to everyone. Get out of here. I called him every day, and finally he says, yeah, go ahead and get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
This comes back to my education. Thank you for that. This comes back to education, and communicating. Again, we're done in 5 minutes. Just hang tight. Everyone's got to pee these days. I would say, hey, listen, babe, I love you, you love me, but here are the stats. Okay, I'm a businessman. I'm a stats person. I get you're an emotional person. There's a 90% chance you went to college, right, baby? Where'd you go to again? All right, cool. You went to UF? Awesome. There's a 90% chance at some point you're going to be unhappy and want to leave me. Okay? There's a high likelihood that you're going to get all the kids and get all the money. And, I mean, these kids these days.
Over communication,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
There's a high likelihood that I'm going to end up getting fucked. I love you, you love me. But here's the sad reality of things. would a woman respond well to something like that? Like, how would a woman respond to, like, here are the stats. I don't want to end up getting screwed. So before we do this thing together, let me just kind of over communicate and like let me know what my concerns are. And this is why I need a prenup.
Hey, guess what? If she doesn't like it, dude, tough shit. Tough shit. Listen, man, you don't have to like the truth for it to still be the truth. That's real shit. If she doesn't like it, then she doesn't like it.
Is that going to turn a lot of women off? What do you think?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like the girls I talk to. Yeah, I think a lot of women would be turned off by that. But that just sounds like a them problem. Like if you're the guy that girls want to be with, like they'll figure it out.
Yep.
You'll find a different one.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
When you get married, you're going to have that kind of conversation. Like, walk me through the 30-second conversation, if you would.
Blackest Panther, $5 says, look at her body language, her eyes, her lips. She's full of cap. He went along to stop her from going crazy. Dude, that was all fucking cap. That was all cap. Busy as the 87, $5 super chat says, let's argue a good percent of men divorcing are actually pushed to it by women with sneaky setups. Lots of game planning on the woman's part. Yeah, right? I was forced to file.
There is no 30-second.
No, like you're not gonna have
for a
one
prenup.
You're not gonna have a talk with your girl.
It's not
Hey,
gonna be
before
30
we do this.
It's gonna be hours. It's not gonna be 30
No,
seconds.
I get that, but for the sake of it, we have 10 minutes left of the show. Let's not take hours. Give me like the Cliff Notes version here.
The Cliff Notes is, listen, I love you. You're the person I want to be with, right? We have a lot of things that we need to take care of for this marriage. We have a lot of paperwork that we need to do, wills, power of attorneys, all this stuff. One of these documents is a prenup, right? So you're going to have your own attorney. You're going to be protected. Nothing in this prenup is set to screw you over. I love you. I always want to make sure that you are provided for, right? You're going to have your own attorney. Your attorney is going to talk to you about it. He's going to read it to you.
There you
You're
go.
going to understand it perfectly. You're going to be protected. There's your 30 seconds. That's how you do it. But
I appreciate that.
You have to show it. You have to present it to her like, hey, this is not.
Beliza Guitars with the $5 super chat says, Peyton Manning doesn't need to use the bathroom. He needs a place to find to hyperventilate. Yeah, right.
A take it or leave it type of thing, even though it is. You're not going to present it that way.
It
right?
is.
Because you love her, right? You want her to be.
You love her, but you also know her. Like, listen, man, if your value is high enough, you can tell bitches take it or fucking leave it. You can tell bitches take it or fucking leave it. Like, real shit.
Your wife, so you're going to present it in a nice way. And it can take 30 minutes, it can take an hour. You're not going to rush it through. But that's how you do it. You do it with care. You're not an asshole about it because you love her. But
Respect.
you need it done.
But you need to get it done. Bottom line is, before you get married, you're getting a prenup.
Yes.
You're getting a prenup, even though your husband, you might make more money than this potential dude with the manties coming your way. Got it. Have you guys had the prenup talk? Have you guys had a marriage talk? You guys been together for a year?
No.
Are you there yet? Did I just make it real awkward?
We don't
Where
even
at
live together yet.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Is that something you guys would discuss prior to?
Ooh.
Are you guys thinking of getting married?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Y'all never talked, y'all not once talked about getting married? Not once.
You're on a relationship podcast, guys. Yeah.
Not once have you guys talked about getting married.
We've talked about if we want to
Get
get
married,
Okay.
but that's like far in the future.
All right, have you talked?
Yeah, look, check this out. See, now they're trying to avoid the conversation. What does this look like here, guys? This looks like a family. These are family pictures, matching sweaters, Merry Christmas. Yeah, of course they've talked about getting married. Stop the cap.
Talked about a prenup. Since you're talking about marriage, have you talked about the prenup?
Yeah,
Hell no.
You said that you wanted a prenup.
Yeah.
Okay, that's excellent. Then that's how it should be.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for that counseling right there. Gotcha. All right, guys, we're wrapping this bad boy up. Nat, before we wrap up, I know you got some things that you're going to attempt to read. So go ahead, lay it on us.
She's doing the best she can. You're doing a great job.
Yeah,
You're doing a
obviously
great
a running
job.
joke.
Tell them
That's
to write
amazing.
it in Spanish, right?
Okay.
No, she's doing a terrible fucking job.
She doesn't speak Spanish, ironically. Let's try it.
Jesus Christ.
Nat, go ahead.
All right, so we have, let me start here. Thank you for the super chats again, everyone.
Angel,
have
can we turn
one-
her up a little bit? I can barely hear her.
Yes, can you hear me? Everyone's good?
Nat, just pause for a second. Look in the
Yes.
camera.
Yeah.
Smile at everybody at home.
Hello.
There, hey, everybody.
Hi.
Go to
everyone.
Nat for a second. Yeah,
Come to
look
me.
up. Wish everybody Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Merry
Get
Christmas.
off me. Go right to Nat. There it is. Let's get some screen time for Nat.
Yes, let me get the super chats that you guys
Yeah,
gave
that
us.
girl,
That we
go
thank
ahead.
you very much. Osmosis Reacts. He says, my cousin's baby mama, no house, no car, Mental health issues legally, can't pass the drug test, has 20% of the kid's time, and still has full custody and child support for years. He deleted himself.
There it is.
Then we have one from Black Sigma again. He said, will Pearl ever do an interview with Rolo Tomasi or T.Y. City?
Oh, my God.
I don't know if you want to answer that quickly.
I don't know who T.Y. City is.
All right.
Rolo, I would.
Yeah. Then we have one from Tim, $10. Thank you. He said, Pearl and lead attorney, take it easy on them. Remember when you were red-pilled, it didn't feel good. Slow it down and communicate it for them. Then we have one that says, I want to ask Pearl, what did you gain from interviewing Brittany Reiner, and did you learn?
Are you kidding me? Does she not know who Brittany Renner is? Like, what are we doing, Nat?
Her, that surprised you. I don't know if you want to answer that.
What did I learn? I was surprised that she didn't think $2,500 a month was enough to raise a kid. I liked her though; she was cool, but I just thought that was a lot of money.
Yeah.
2,500?
Yeah, she said it wasn't enough to like raise a kid.
Sure, it is.
I feel like that's a lot of money, but
I don't know.
Yeah, it depends where you live in
Yeah,
childcare.
I think it depends, like in general.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. The women are like, well, I think it depends.
Then you have What Is He Thinking podcast. He says, Pearl, your show with Tate and Britt was awesome. Sauce, love the growth of your show this year. Please bring it back. Please bring back TLA. We need his expertise on the show again. And then we have the answer to the question of men, Happy King, Happy Kingdom instead of Happy Life. $5, Jay Valdez.
Who's
we
that?
appreciate you, Jay Valdez.
Jay Valdez.
Happy King, Happy Kingdom. I like it.
Way to go. Thank you
I
for
like
bringing
it.
value
I like
to
it.
Valuetainment. Happy King, Happy Kingdom.
I like it.
Proceed, my poor gesture.
God almighty, she's
Then
terrible.
we have one from Cobra Mindset. Link the lead attorney's channel in the title. It's not a man's job to make a woman happy.
That's right.
The question should be asked if a woman's happy to be with you.
There it is. Yes,
then
sir.
we have another one from Mr. Unknown. $5. Happy spouse, happy house, which I saw that one earlier.
That's not as good as Happy King,
Yeah,
Happy King.
I know
Let's
you
be
were going to
clear
say
here.
that, Adam.
And give kudos to Jay Valdez out there.
Jay Valdez.
Respect.
We appreciate you. Then we have one that says, happy wife, happy life is a way to negotiate genuine desire. You can never negotiate it from a woman. Like a wise man once said, make money, make muscle, learn game, and hold frame. This is from Isaiah Playa.
That's from MLD.
MLD.
Out there. Shout out to MLD.
Then we have the Naughty Bear, $20. Pearl and TLA, my two Barry favorite podcasters. Pearl, Barry, nice legs. TLA, well, you
say nice
very
legs?
bald.
Nice stems. Nice stems. Just throw that in.
Okay, I think I'm not gonna suffer through the rest of that. I think I get the point. Yeah, Dynamite performance. TLA actually he dominated that conversation. He did. He made most of the good points. Pearl was kind of just along for the ride here. She did drop some game, but not as much as she normally does. And there are 4 of the people on the panel with her. So Red Genome, $5 says, you know the joke about modern women and accountability? It doesn't exist. Yes. Yeah. That's yeah. Listen, I thought it was a good podcast. I think I respect the lead attorney a little more now. I think I respect him a little more now. He appears to have gotten better at what he does. And so, yeah, I mean, I tip my cap to the lead attorney. We're not going to be on each other's Christmas card lists, but if I see him in real life, I'll shake his hand, and that'll be that. So that'll be that. Fantastic weekend of sports coming up tomorrow. The college football playoff begins. We've got Michigan versus TCU, followed by Ohio State versus Georgia. Then, of course, we have NFL on Sunday. Jalen Hurts was at practice yesterday. He practiced yesterday, and so maybe we roll him out. Maybe we roll him out against the Saints, put that game away early, get him off the field, We win that game. We bring out Jalen Hurts maybe for the first quarter, first half. Make sure we get into the playoffs. Make sure we get that number 1 seed. Premier League. Yeah. EPL is back. EPL is back. That's exactly right. They took a break for the World Cup, so everything is back. Jay Blaze says Don and I are fighting for the finals. Are we? Are you kidding? I didn't think I made the playoffs. Hold up. You fucking kidding me? I didn't think I made the playoffs. Hold up. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I did not think I was in the playoffs. I didn't think I was in the playoffs. I thought I missed the playoffs, but it looks like I snuck in because I got a little bit of help from my friends. How about that? Yeah, I see it. I see it right here. Yeah, I'm playing Dre Raven. So it's me and Dre Raven in the TSR championship game. So me and Dre Raven are going to be we're going to be battling for the semifinal, and then it'll be the winner of me and Dre Raven against the winner of Team Plank and Jay Blaze. How about that? Didn't realize that. That is going to do it for this edition of TSR Live. Thank you guys very, very much for tuning in. Thank you for all of your generosity, all of your super chats. Thank you for your continued support. I will see you guys Monday where we will break down round 2 of Pearl versus Hubby.
I ain't gonna lie, the baby girl bad. She got that melanin skin. She got that melanin skin. She got that melanin skin. I ain't finna lie, but baby girl fine. She got some melanin in her. Yeah, she got that melanin in her. She got that melanin skin. It's for all the ladies with melanin that's comfortable in their element. You a natural baby, that's evident. All the shade they throw your way is irrelevant. That shade you rock can be like medicine. Always on point, I respect your regimen. But you was bred to win, so you don't really gotta try. Other bitches style jack and wonder why. Cause they wanna be like you. They be buying booty that you grew natural. But they be trying to tan so they look like you. Trying to keep a man so they cook like you. Light skinned, dark skinned, don't even